I don't let him track on, nigga. I don't let him catch it. Niggas know what's going on.
I load it up.
All that tough talk, nigga, can be target practice. These 223s taking souls and they doing damage. Stink team with them niggas with exotic fast. So young bitchin' in my ear, I just flew flying them. Gang them just stripped that nigga pieces, grab his phone after. Monkey nuts jumping off the chop, going chimpanzee. Gave him SpongeBob hoes, I know he miss Sandy. Hit her up with donut holes, he just yell Randy. They ain't on nothing, cock back and blow some. Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer. He only said one word and I just start blasting. They ain't on nothing, cock back and blow some. Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer. He only said one word and I just start blasting. Nigga, they ain't know nothing, cock back and blow some, bitch. Nigga, Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. Nigga,
yeah,
I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer.
you know the truth.
He only said one word and I just start blasting.
Had to flee the scene, it was kinda graphic. It's our first mixtape, but we been established. Give him 32 shots, I'm finna show him magic. Off the muscle, nigga, this a guaranteed classic. If we poppin' out, you know I'm bringing stick, of course. Ballin' out on niggas, I ain't out here tryna play no sport. Kick her out the crib, tell a bitch not to fight the force. Strip a tall nigga, pockets loose, he came up short. Niggas nerves and dorks, count these automatic bullets. Hit him in his head, turned his dreadlocks into a mullet. I think you owe something, strip for me, give it up. Got home and hit the field again, that was not enough. Make a nigga double dutch, hop, skip, run and jump. Trippin', fallin', pulling up his jeans, he was out of luck. Too gritty, bitch, this for life, this is not for fun. Niggas took my dog, now all these niggas be hard to trust.
They ain't on nothing, cock back and blow some. Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer. He only said one word and I just start blasting. They ain't on nothing, cock back and blow some. Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer. He only said one word and I just start blasting. Nigga, they ain't on nothing, cock back and blow some, bitch. Nigga, Hun Diddy's all on the flow, I'm a stove cracker. Nigga, I think you owe some, strip, he's a pole dancer. He only said one word and I just start blasting.
Fornax, fuck it up.
Be realistic, I don't really see no competition. Who she thinks she talking to? Like, obviously, I'm a nigga. Close that door, niggas snakes, I ain't going for it. Move right, outsmart them, stink team, most wanted. Be realistic, niggas bums, they ain't trying to ball. Ran it back and won, nigga, anytime we took a loss. Rock hard in my double cup, I keep spilling sauce. I don't know nothing, bodies dropped, he was not involved. Versatile, I could be a model or chalk the block. Or pop a lock with a dough, X marks the spot. Cut it out, if she ain't beneficial, I'ma cut her off. Bitch, give up, drop right now, made her cough it up. Old demons, everywhere I go, we dropping icicles. Is we kidding? Broke niggas rapping science fiction. Every day a movie, it ain't hard to be the most consistent. A flow flammer, I be in and out with orange chicken. You know who really for the win, be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch, you know who really for the win, be realistic. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
You know who run the city, let's be realistic. Where the wonton soup, I'm finna tear up the kitchen. Cause you the feds or the cops, mind your business. Draco was the dime, bitch, tell all your children. Walk back that stupid, I might men in black his memories. Tear it off quick, bitch, now, literally. If not, you gotta go to sad facts, you can't sit with me. I know I got this big Buddha piece, I need 10 of these. Things got the sauce, ingredients, and the recipe. I never stop rapping till my neck look like Mr. Then again, after that, I'ma still keep shit talking. He said he was a thug, it sound good, we made a bitch out of him. Best advice to be my friend, be realistic. I ain't even say a word, I walk in and feel the tension. All these niggas home dick, sometimes life calls for whippings. I'm a joint in my city, I ain't tucking in the trenches.
You know who really for the win, be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, nigga. Shit, bitch, you know who really for the win, be realistic, nigga. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yashuba Hibachi, and none of you niggas could stop me. Y'all can't help but watch me. We back, man. I felt like I had to address this because many of these Black Hebrew Israelite cults are enemies of education, they're enemies of science. These guys are enemy of forward thinking. They want to keep us in a stupor, right? They want to stymie the community. They have stymied the community. And they want to do what is called poisoning the well, right? They want to poison the well to keep people and keep I'm about to say black and Hispanics like them. Let's keep black Americans and even Hispanics. We throw them in there. Keep them in an illiterate state, right? This really is a war against ignorance. This is a war against ignorance. So this is what they do: poisoning the well to commit a preemptive ad hominem attack against an opponent. That is to prime the audience with adverse information about the opponent from the start in an attempt to make your claim more acceptable or discount the credibility of your opponent's claim. Right? That's one definition. That's when you deal with the actual opponent. But watch this. This is what they're doing, because they do that as well. Teotw does that as well. Everybody, in this messed up community we call the conscious community, Afrocentric community, Hebrew Israelite community, what have you. I throw them all in the same. I throw them all in the same category. If you ask me, they're all doing the same thing. They're all anti-intellectual. They all want to push their dogma, right? So the poison the well is to cause harm to the reputation of or credibility of someone or something. So it can be talking about someone or something, especially by spreading false or negative information. And this is what they're doing against the field of science, right? Against DNA, against the very cells, against the very cells that are in your body, man. Your cells have a copy of your ancestry in layman's terms. And for some reason, we have people like Teotw spreading nonsense on the internet, spreading garbage on the internet and telling their followers, telling their church members stuff like this, right? It says, my brother and I have over 2 decades of engineering in a profession where the concepts are similar to genetics. That's not true. Whatever your profession is not similar to genetics. Genetics is dealing with sequencing the genome. Whatever engineering field you got, I heard it was tech. It's not very similar to genetics. So right there, that's a smoke screen, right? Raziv Khan is a professional geneticist, and we all say that you should use autosomal and not haplogroups. So they're saying Raziv Khan is advocating that you don't use autosomal. That you don't use haplogroups, but refer to your autosomal. So then they continue to say here, so who has better credentials, us or the cult of E, which the cult of E is their slur for us. And this is what they're saying. I see you, Avery. I'm going to let you up right here. I'm just trying to read this as an introduction. Got to be fast paced because we're doing a late show tonight. So I want to get this show done. But we got the savant from Levant in the building. What's going on, brother?
Shalom, shalom. Can't wait to get it in on Teotw and Sakari tonight. I'll let you finish what you're doing, and then I'll add my 2 cents in when you're done.
Right. And you know what? These people hate Abu. They hate Abu because Abu is going to bring the logic and reasoning, okay? He's going to bring the evidence, right? So Abu, thanks to Abu from, taking notes and taking time to provide these quotes, making our job easier. So their claim is Raziv Khan basically dismisses autosomal DNA. And we're going to get to the article that they probably read and pretty much misappropriated. Even if Razib Khan said that, that would make him fringe. Even if he felt that way, that would make him fringe. No geneticist is going to tell you to discard or disregard haplogroups. No geneticist would tell you that. Right? But again, this is how these guys rock. Sakari did it too. That they're trying to poison the well to keep you guys in a state of ignorance.
Fear mongers.
Yeah, fear mongering, trying to tell you that the information is corrupt. Why? So you can go back and listen to them. Right? Don't regard the cells in your body. Disregard your Y chromosome and your X chromosome. Don't look at your lineage. Listen to them, because their information that they forged in their mind, or they got from old people that forged in their mind, is more valuable than the information that has been stored in your cells for thousands of years that you inherit from your father, and your father inherited from his father. They tell you disregard that, because now we're able to sequence the data and actually read that data and comprehend that data. Now we can point people back to their ancestors. So let's just look at a few quotes before we just bust their head with Razib Khan, because we've already reviewed Razib Khan when he went to Garfield. Shout out to Garfield. Excuse me. Shout out to Garfield, because he had the brother on his channel. And Razib Khan was dropping fire, man. He was dropping heat rock like CL Smooth and Peak Rock. Right? But you can clearly see Abu. Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Excuse me. But Abu took some great quotes, and he gives you the videos and the markers and whatnot. We're just gonna read this. Abu pretty much calling their bluff right here. Said bluffs from behind the block wall, because he blocks us. They don't want to have debates with us. My thing is this: you guys should debate. You guys should just have this debate with us and see whose information is on point. That way, right? We've been calling you out. You brothers don't want no smoke. You're scared. You're afraid. You're shaking in your boots. All right? You won't stand up man to man.
Or is it Hillary? In fact, they won't touch this kind of topic. They would like to have some buffoon on who knows nothing about the topic that they can make fun of. But if somebody actually knows what they're talking about, no desire to have a conversation with that guy. And this, I'm afraid, also extends to intellectual academic debate. Professors, I don't name names, but it's true in general, are scared to debate. They say things, but they won't stand up behind them. They rely on their own hospitable crowd of well-wishers to endorse what they say, amplify it. They want Michael Moore to make a movie on it, and they want to be in the New York Review of Books. But they won't stand up man to man in intellectual debate and allow their ideas to be tested.
They won't allow that. Say it, Avery. Go ahead.
That clip is powerful, bro. That's so true. But I'll let you go. That's so true, though. That's a good clip.
Yeah, they stand behind their well-wishers. They amplify their doctrine, and they don't want to stand man to man in the debate and allow their ideas to be tested. You understand? Get in that ring and actually debate this, man. Y'all don't want to debate it. Why? Because it's all about your religiosity. When I start setting my religiosity to the side, I was able to learn more. It's all about your belief and what you perceive as truth. And you're afraid. You're afraid to test your ideas. Because you guys took a DNA test and found out that you guys stem back to Europeans, right? So now you're going on a smear campaign for DNA and haplogroups.
Which is interesting, because if they're followers of the Most High, because now they want to try to make this a spiritual type of debate. According to the scriptures, I'm pretty sure the Bible says, "Thou shalt not lie." And there's been a lot of lying going on when it comes to just things that are factual, concerning DNA. And I'm pretty sure when that scripture was written, thou shalt not lie. That contains to all things, right? Like for instance, things in the Bible and outside the Bible. You're just not supposed to lie. And we're gonna bring some of that out tonight, but I'll let you take it over.
Man, I thought the Bible said prove all things. I thought the Bible said be ye not ignorant of anything small or great. They're telling people to be ignorant, and they're saying they don't have to prove a damn thing. Just listen to them. They're the proof. They're the evidence. And this is what they get you to. They tricked you guys to listen to the idiots, man. They don't, not only DNA, they have a problem with anything that's established in academia. They have a problem with established archaeology because they're trying to say that Israel is in Western Central Africa, which there's no evidence or no proof to that. There's no evidence. They're trying to say that everybody that got off a slave ship with Israelites, there's no evidence and proof to that. There's none. You can't say that. Once you say all, you make these absolutist claims, it's easily falsifiable. It's
Right.
easily to refute. It's easier to refute that. When you say all I have to do is show you one that's different, and you're done. When you guys are living proof that everybody can't be an Israelite that came off. Well, I don't even think you guys came off a slave ship. I don't even think y'all. I think you guys descend from a European migrant that ended up in Louisiana, right? And mixed with the Creoles there until they got to you. Produce your project and produce the project that you're a part of. That's what your DNA says. Shalom, Michael Williams. Shalom, how you doing, brother? Shalom to everybody in the chat. Underrated darkness, Real Ruger. I see you. Yeah, I did read it. I didn't see anything about R1B there. But yeah, these guys are definitely trying to poison the well and try to encourage ignorance in our community.
Right. Especially when they make the statement, because there's a video tonight that I'm going to show y'all that Sakara did on us. But especially when people make the statement, oh, following Esau's DNA science. Of course, those are obvious scare tactics to get people away from DNA. Oh, Esau's DNA science, which there's a lot of errors in that statement, obviously. But I think I like to point out this, though. It's kind of funny. They're saying that Esau made this DNA as if he can create DNA, but he made this DNA science to somehow prove that we're not Israel. But what about this? What if it's the other way around? What if DNA is the very thing that can prove that you're an Israelite? Like, they like to go with the down and gloomy version of DNA and be like, oh, it's going to debunk you as being an Israelite. What if it proves it? Then what? And also,
Right.
going deeper into this whole thing about Esau creating science, you do know that there are such things as black scientists, black geneticists. It's not like they don't exist. Like, come on now. Do you think our people are so stupid and dumb that they can't be geneticists and that they can't understand the DNA and be a part of the field? Or do you think black people are just that dumb and it's only white people who are in this field?
Right. It's so idiotic, man. It's so idiotic. Yeah, more. I'm definitely about to play this clip from Razib Khan.
Yeah, I got the whole 2-minute clip where he was on Garfield literally on my channel. So if we were afraid of Razib Khan, I wouldn't even have the clip on my channel. He proved
Right.
our
Well,
point,
we
Teo.
reviewed the whole thing, and he's welcome to come on our channel. We'll send emails. We'll talk. We'll sit down and talk to him about some of these disparaging comments that you guys are making, because a lot of it just shows that you have a lack of understanding in this field. And Abu pulled the skirt off you guys, and now you're upset at him because he keeps doing it. You guys don't know cartography. You guys don't know geography, because you're saying Israel is in Western Central Africa when it's in the Levant. All of the archaeology agrees with that. The Arch of Titus, right? The Moabite stele, right? The Meneptah stele, the British foot stele, the Kirk inscription, the Black obelisk. We can go on and on and on about this.
Bro, the only thing these people know are names and words in the Bible. They clearly don't know, as you said, geography, anthropology, archaeology, history.
They have a problem with all the fields. They have a problem with every single field.
Exactly, bro. They only like the things that agree with them. And then, even then, they twist it. Like saying Jerusalem is in Africa because a recently named city is called Jerusalem. Are you dumb? I don't even normally talk like this, but
That's
this is
anachronistic.
actually crazy.
I guess the Palestine, was it Palestine, Tennessee?
Palestine, there's a Palestine, Texas.
Palestine, Texas. I guess that's where the real Israel is, because
That's where the Palestinians are fighting the Israelis in Palestine, Texas.
Right.
Man, bro, this is our
What
community
was
gets
Hezekiah's
slapped at so
seal
much because
found?
of
Was Hezekiah's seal found in Western Central Africa? What about Hezekiah's well?
bro.
Was that
Can you
found
even-
in Western Central Africa? It's too much archaeology for you guys to make that pseudo claim.
Can people even point to some of this stuff that they're saying? Like, can you show us in Africa where, like you said, this well is, or where these different names are mentioned in the scriptures? Not just names, but also archaeological findings. Like, can they even demonstrate this? They can't. I mean, I'm being facetious.
Where's the Sinaitic text? Early Sinaitic inscriptions found? I'm pretty sure it's not in Western Central Africa.
Nope. Literally found in Sinai, hence the name Proto-Sinaitic. Sinai.
Come on, man. You guys are 100% pseudo.
And this is why we get laughed at. And this is why I sometimes don't like calling myself a Hebrew.
Yeah, go ahead and say it. Yeah, I know. Hebrew Israelite because it's been tainted with so much filth. You guys have drove that label and identity into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
There's no credibility. It's incredulous. So let me read. Abu has been pretty much slamming you guys' head against the desk for years. And now you're upset and you're mad. You want to call them Catholic. It's not going to stop the rain. Okay? The Tail twins again insist that their technical background entitles them to a bit of deference on questions of DNA. But this is undermined by certain arguments they have put forth, which reveal a shallow understanding of the topic. And he gives examples. It says, how can I have haplogroup G if I get Limba and Jed match Oracle? Shouldn't haplogroups and autosomals align? No, they don't. The evidence shows you they don't. Because again, all of the Limba are sub-Saharan African, right? And most of them are Bantu, right? But they have a plethora of haplogroups. They have different they even have haplogroup L, right? They have haplogroup JP58. They got one person that had the extended CMH.
You know, it's funny that they say that, because here's how Teotw Ministries, they're not even a ministry. Why I call them that? I don't even think they went to school to be ministers. This is why Teotw is a complete fraud and it's hypocritical. So he'll make a comment like that saying, let me make it bigger for myself. How can I have haplogroup G if I get Limba and Jet match Oracle? Shouldn't haplogroups and autosomal align? Now, the funny thing is this. So he'll say that, but then he'll turn around and say, you have white boys with E1B1A. He's flip-floppy. He will try to use a white person with haplogroup E, like a Jew or something, and be like, oh, you know, you're trying to be related to white Jewish people. But then you're going to be like, oh, I don't know how how I can have G and be autosomally Limba. Bro.
And you're not autosomally Limba. That's telling right there. That's showing that you don't have any understanding. You're not autosomally Limba. That don't mean make sense.
Those are calculators. Jed match is using calculators, not autosomal DNA. When you get the Limba, let me be more specific. When you get the Limba and Oracle, it's dealing with calculators. All right. If you take any other commercial DNA test, you're going to get Western Central African, like most of us. You're not from the Limba tribe. If you don't believe me, then when you meet the good Lord, he'll tell you himself. And you probably don't want him to tell you that day.
You got last time I checked it, I didn't see G2A. Maybe they do. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe they produce a paper show G2A was a part of the Limba haplogroups. We don't see that. And again, haplogroups, to recapitulate this, keep trying to educate you guys and reinforcing this so you guys can learn. Because on this channel, we try to be, evidence based and empirical database. These guys are complete wacky base. Like their information is based off of idiocy. Okay. And they just want to indoctrinate you.
They're really playing their followers for fools. Like they literally think that TOTW really thinks that their own followers are fools. And the reason I say this is because they can pull up a fake G map and they can pull up a fake map that's actually haplogroup J and put a G beside it and think none of their followers will look into that. Oh man, I just can't get this through as much as I want, but they are playing you for fools. They literally think you're fools.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's no other way of saying it.
Orthodox Moore says, tell them to show their YSTR results. They won't do that. Go take your big Y test at Family Tree DNA. They're going to tell you most of your SDRs match with European men, and you're going to be upset. And you're going to try to say something's wrong with Family Tree and say there's some kind of grand conspiracy, which is another fallacy, right? You guys just keep stacking on fallacy on top of fallacy. Francis and Crick are the ones who discovered DNA, right? It was not a grand scheme to stop the awakening, as you guys say. It was a step forward in the field of science.
Also, that's another thing. I'm sorry to cut you off, but if this is the Great Awakening ordained by the Most High himself, then why are you even worried about Yap Gang or about DNA? Don't you know that the Most High is the most powerful being in the universe because he created it? Why are you so terrified? Why are you so, uptight about Yap Gang and DNA? If this awakening is ordained by the Most High, like everything's in control, you should be Gucci. But
Right.
obviously you're not.
Obviously. He says here, if you descend paternally from Jacob, then you're always going to be 50% autosomally like Jacob. No matter how many foreign women water down your maternal side, you can never be 99% different from Jacob. This guy has no understanding of autosomal DNA.
Really bad. Oh my God. I'm going to pull something up. You can go ahead.
You about to pull up the inheritance chart? Yeah, pull that.
Well, I was just going to pull up just a simple chart of how autosomal DNA works.
Yeah. Each generation it decreases drastically. Once you get to the fifth or eighth generation, between there, you hardly inherit any DNA from anybody from that far back.
So let's explain why autosomal DNA isn't the best method for tracing ancient ancestry. Now, that being said, there are uses for autosomal DNA. I've made my own personal uses for it, but it's definitely not for tracing ancient ancestry. Excuse me. But I'm sharing my screen. So here is just an example of autosomal DNA. So let's say that this red is black. Let's say that this red man is black. This orange woman is white. This yellow man is Asian. And this blue person is, let's say, Native American. All right. And we'll just deal with these four quote unquote, people groups right now. So this black person, this white person, they get together, they have a mixed kid, 50% white, 50% black, obviously. This Chinese person and this Native American gets with each other. They get a, someone who's 50% Chinese, 50% Native American. Cool. Now this mulatto, black and white mixed person, and this Chinese Native American mixed person get together. Their kid is going to have basically four different, let's say, autosomal mixture within them. They're going to have African, they're going to have white, they're going to have Chinese, and they're going to have Native American. Obviously, at that point, you're not 50-50. It's about 25% broken down. And now let's say that this mixed person gets with someone who's also very mixed. let's say that this is like Australian. The deep blue is Australian. Deep green is, let's say, Turkic. Blue is Jewish, and green is Amazigh, North African Berber. So this Australian person and this dang, I forgot how I said this one. That's bad.
They get the point.
Yeah. So, let me just get to the end. By the time you get down like 4 generations, you can have a very, very mixed autosomal makeup. Like, what even are you at this point when you're this mixed? Like, you're not one ethnic group. You're not one ethnicity. You're kind of just, I don't like using this term, but you're kind of a mutt at that point. So, yeah, autosomal, it's not the best for tracing ancient ancestry, as y'all can clearly see.
Right. It's not going to show you direct lineage. As you can see on the left, if you can trace a man all the way back to his ancestral father through his Y chromosome, and then the mitochondrial DNA to the right is the woman's side. You can trace all the way to your ancient foremother. That's
Right.
what you can do. Autosomal DNA is going to pick up everything in between.
Right. And remember, I said that this red person is African American or African. So he will have, let's say, E1B1A. So, like Yashub just said, from his father, from his father, from his father, from his father, still carrying E1B1A, even though he's, heavily admixed with other, ethnicities within him because basically autosomal DNA is just a genetic makeup of all your recent ancestors within, 8 to 10 generations.
Right, which is like 1,056 ancestors.
Right.
It's really a gumbo or goulash. It's a mixture of people that your direct paternal and direct maternal ancestry admixed with, not people you directly descend from. Like if you look to the right, you have somebody. All right, so if you look at your maternal side, go to the maternal side on the right.
Oh, you said maternal.
Yeah.
Okay, right here.
If you start at the bottom, then go to the next one, the next relative up. Go to the next relative up. There's 2 relatives there. That man there, you don't directly descend from. So that'll be your maternal grandfather. Now follow the maternal grandfather up. Now your maternal grandfather has an actual grandfather. It'd be a great.
Make it bigger. Actually, hold on.
That'd be excuse me. That'd be your great maternal grandfather. You have nothing to do with him. And then guess what else that pops up in your autosomal DNA? His wife.
I'm gonna change my screen and make it bigger. Hold on.
His wife. No, these people could
be. There you go.
Yeah, those people could be Alaskan natives. You understand? Those people could be Alaskan natives in your line that you're picking up autosomal DNA from, but you do not directly descend from them. And then they got parents.
Yep.
Right. So that keeps just going back and back and back. That's where your autosomal is coming from. It's coming from those people as well.
Yep. And this is why when Teotw said you can never, what did he say? You can't be, or you will be 50% like forever. Is that what it was?
Yeah, he said pretty much indefinitely. You will always be 50% similar to Jacob forever.
Yeah, this chart completely debunks that and shows you just in a simple way how that's just not true. All it takes is for you to get with another woman. I don't even know how. Like, has he ever heard of? Let me just type this in. I may be spelling it wrong, but typing in the word quadroons. Has he ever heard of quadroons, which are basically people who are 3 generations mixed? Like, you can easily lose like your quote unquote African ancestry. Yeah.
Yeah, you could lose it. You could lose it fast within a few generations. It doesn't take that long because, again, autosomal DNA is a reflection of who you admix with.
Exactly. Mulatto, half black, half white. Octoroon, he's about, 3/4 white. And then, quadroon, and then octoroon. And that's like 4 generations white. And all 3 of these men are related, by the way. You can see their last names down here. So this white man descends from a mixed man who would, have a father that's fully black. So this whole idea you can't you can't lose 50% of Jacob's DNA. That's absurd. I mean, if you, again, like I said, he's playing you for fools. Like, there's no other way to put it.
Right. So, and Searcher Y'all says, would a jet mat distance less than 1 be accurate? Accurate is not a good word. But less than 1 means most likely you do descend from that cluster of people, or you share common ancestors, rather direct common ancestors with that cluster of people. The smaller that number, the more likely that could be the case, right? Let me show something real quick, brother.
All right, yeah. I was about to say the best example. There was a good pic. Yeah, here it is. The best example is this. This is the last thing I'm going to show. This basically what this picture is showing is, you know, the generations throughout the mixing. So this black woman got with a white man, and this is her daughter. She's obviously mulatto. She's mixed, and then her, you know, her daughter, this black woman's daughter, got with a white man right here, and this is their baby. This baby's obviously, you know, European looking, white looking, etc. So like, tell me this, Teotw. This chick, is she an Israelite? Is her baby an Israelite? Are they still from Jacob? Are they still 50-50%? Any of his followers can answer that question as well. Because this whole 50-50 thing, you're never going to lose Jacob's DNA autosomally, is such a lie. You can most definitely lose Jacob's DNA autosomally if you go with the idea of Jacob being 100% sub-Saharan African.
Right. They're a prime example of this. I'm pretty sure whoever gave him that G marker was a European migrant, and his autosomal DNA is probably a lot more European, right? Probably a lot of French and German or Iberian than theirs. Even though he directly seeded them, right? He is the forefather of them. So it's just very pseudo. And we're going to explain it. If you understood genetics, you would never have said that. Because
right.
Genetics right here. Autosomal DNA inheritance. You wouldn't know how this works. Autosomal DNA, unlike mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome DNA, is inherited equally from both parents. Accordingly, an individual gets 1 chromosome in each chromosome pair from mom, 1 chromosome in each chromosome pair from dad. Unfortunately, since the chromosomes are not labeled or marked in a way that easily identifies which parents they come from, the results of a single autosomal DNA genetic genealogy test alone cannot identify the specific source of a piece of DNA. A child inherits his entire DNA from his parent, about 50% of his DNA from his mother, and about 50% of his DNA from his father. So this is why they say they make the erroneous statement that you will always be 50% Jacob no matter what, because they probably saw some information like this, did not understand it properly, and then went and taught people, right? Yeah, this is talking about a first degree relative. So you'll always be 50% similar to your mother and father. That's first degree, right? First degree relative is a mother, father, sister, brother. Those are first degree. Everything else is second and third, right? And on and on and on. It says, however, the child is not inheriting all of his parents' DNA. Instead, he's only inheriting half of his parents' total DNA and leaving half of it behind. This occurs at every generation, meaning that as we go back in time, we inherit less DNA from ancestors at each generation. So no, you would not be, if you actually descended from Jacob, you would not be 50% similar to Jacob, because he's a man that lived in the Bronze Age Levant damn near 4,000 years ago. You would, it's highly unlikely you're going to be 50%. Because again, this occurs at every generation, meaning that as we go back in time, we inherit less DNA from ancestors at each generation. And this only applies if you share both parents, right? Mother and father, right? If you share a father, the same father, same mother, like, because sometimes siblings will share 2 different dads, right? And the same mother. So those siblings won't even be 50% similar, right? Let's keep going. Here's the chart. Your grandparents, you only inherit about 12.5% autosomal DNA from them, right? You only inherit about 25% Excuse me, your great grandparents, you only inherit about 12.5% from them. Your grandparents, you only inherit about 25%. Then, of course, we just read your actual first degree relatives, your parents, you share 50% similarity with them, right? So when they take the paternity test, they look at your autosomal or maternity test, they look at your autosomal and they match your autosomal and say, oh, you're 50% similar. That means this is a direct first degree relative, right? And then we make inferences on the age and everything. If it's an older lady and you're a younger woman, they go, oh, that's your mother. Same thing with father, right? It says here, grandparents' DNA and just, hold on, let me go back. From ancestors of each generation, you receive one copy of each chromosome from each parent. And image C, Riley inherits only half of his parents' DNA, 25% of his grandparents' DNA, and just 12.5% of each of his grandparents' DNA. Although not shown in the image, Riley will inherit just 6.25% of each of his great-great-grandparents' DNA and so on. So this number keeps getting smaller and smaller. So obviously these guys did not know what they were talking about. It says here, it should be noted that percentages are averages across populations instead of absolutes for any given individual. Excuse me, I don't know why. My throat's itchy, but it said thus while on average an individual will inherit 25% of his DNA from each grandparent, in practice the percentages will vary. For example, here's a graph of observed percentages of DNA received from 4 grandparents for 2 sibling grandchildren. And as you can see, maternal grandmother 25, 23, 32.3%, and 17. So there's a variance there, but on average it's 25%. The point is that this drops over time. Obviously, you're not going to be 50% with your ancestor that lived 4,000 years before you. That is a total lie. This is although each will average 25% in the DNA from all 4 grandparents will always add up to 100%. The range of grandson 1 is 22.0 and 28. And the range of grandson 2 is large at 17.7 to 32.3. Due to inheritance pattern seen above, it is possible to determine how much DNA an individual is likely to share with close relatives. For example, if a grandchild and grandparent both take an autosomal DNA test, they should share on average about 25% of their DNA. Similarly, if an individual and his aunt both take an autosomal DNA test, they should share on average about 25% of their DNA. So then there's a chart, great chart here. Again, anybody want to learn DNA, this is a good book to get, Family Tree Guide to DNA Testing and Genetics. It really breaks it down for you guys. And it shows you how nephews are related to uncles, first cousins removed, how much DNA you will have in common with them. See, like a third cousin once removed, you have like 0.391% in common with them. A great grandfather, of course, 6.25. Once you go beyond the great grandfathers on both sides, this number it gets so small that it's negligible, right? You really don't inherit anything past that. This is why there's a limit to autosomal DNA. It goes back as far as you can get. It's probably the 8th generation, and then it's over with, right? All right, so I think that's it on that. It says image D shows how much DNA and percentages an individual is predicted to share with close relatives. The percentage of each relationship can be found in red boxes as with the other percentages above. This chart only represents the average percentage of DNA shared with relatives. The actual amount of DNA shared with a relative can vary quite a bit. All right, so with that, let's go back to that Facebook post. Because I mean, Abu takes his time and he really like skillfully cooks these guys, man. So again, as you can see, this statement is wrong. The first statement's wrong. I mean, this is just common sense. Second statement, when they said if you descend paternally from Jacob, then you're always going to be 50% autosomally like Jacob, no matter how many foreign women water down your maternal side. You can never be 99% different from Jacob. That is a lie. You're not going to be 50% autosomally the same as somebody that lived 4,000 years before you, and also lived in the Levantine region, not in sub-Saharan Africa. That is a lie. You lose the amount of autosomal admixture that you get from your ancestors the deeper you go into time, until you get to the point where you inherit no DNA from them, from your ancestors, autosomally. Right? That's about
You would
300
think
years.
you'll think he'll know this with just this simple statement. Are we all humans today autosomally the same as Adam and Eve?
No.
No. We're all autosomally different from Adam and Eve. Far from different. So yeah.
And this is the video I was a part of, right? He says, you're assuming people who have haplogroup R can also descend from Jacob. This is a lie. If one of his sons were haplogroup R, then Jacob would have to have haplogroup R. He was trying to say in this video that, you know, pretty much if you have a bunch of kids, they can have different haplogroups. Well, Jacob, if you have any children that are actually your children, go take a DNA test and you test that hypothesis. Let's see if they get different haplogroups, if they're actually your children. Right? Let's see. If you're older man, I'm pretty sure you got some children out there. Take your children's test and see and publish their haplogroups, and you tell us what their haplogroups are, and see if you get a different haplogroup assignment. This is nuts. Remember, a haplogroup is a group of individuals that share a common ancestor. You're not going to have one person that's haplogroup R, and then he has a son that's haplogroup P that came from his loins. No, that doesn't work. Or his son has haplogroup T, or another major. All these letters represent separate branches on the phylogenetic tree that have their own different, distinct ancestors. All right. So Abu continues and he says they pretend like Razib Khan agrees with their wacky approach, when in his interview with Garfield, Razib Khan made some pretty declarative statements regarding which haplogroups are at the foundation of the Semitic branch and which haplogroups are intrusive to it. They badly misunderstand Khan, noting instances where haplogroups are not useful, which takes us back to the previous point of the previous paragraph. Finally, if they have more knowledge and better arguments, why have they been reduced to declaring such from behind the block wall? Why not directly engage the ignoramuses they are alluding to? And you know they're never going to.
That's a good question.
Engage in debate. They're never going to do that.
If you are so right about what you're saying, Teotw, you should be able to defend your stance in a formal debate.
All right, look at all these statements that they were absolutely wrong on, but they're all on Facebook and on YouTube and social media, parading themselves as if they are the ones with the true understanding of DNA, while everybody else are just blind monkeys.
And this is my question to his followers, to Teotw's followers. If you're Moray or preacher or rabbi, I don't know who he is to y'all, your teacher or whatever, if he's ordained by the Most High to teach what he's teaching, then ask him to debate us in DNA. And if one of us is proven to be liars, then let it be written and let it be so. But if he's ordained by the Most High, he should be good. He shouldn't have to worry about anything. He should be Gucci. But if he can defend himself and if it turns out he's lying, well, the Most High doesn't put up liars to lead his community. So leave it at that. But followers of him, ask him to debate me and Yeshu. Let's really see if he's ordained.
Let's really see if he knows his stuff, because we obviously know he doesn't. All right, so this is Razib Khan. They keep lying on this dude and keep saying that
he literally has rooms like every week or so many days on Clubhouse about DNA. Like, come on, bro.
Right. And I'm going to get to the article that they misappropriate to try to say that this man is saying that haplogroups are totally useless or something like that. And we're going to prove that even in that article that they're trying to refer to, he's not saying that. But first, we're just going to get it out the man's mouth. Right here, watch.
Of years that are not going to happen in billions of years, right? Excuse me. So basically, no is the simple answer. Yes is the theoretical answer, and that's because of how we define what a haplogroup is. What is a haplogroup? The way that you define what a haplogroup is from the perspective of a geneticist is you look at the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA. You could also do haplogroups are not generally done as much for the autosomal for the whole genome, but they can be done there. But it's basically a segment of DNA that's inherited from a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that
isn't that what we've been teaching y'all? That's how haplogroups work.
He's R1A. That's what I thought, because a lot of Indians are R1A, the Aryans and all that.
He basically said 5,000 years ago, a man that lived in Belarus had the mutation, right? And he knows that he's a descendant of this guy because he shares that mutation. Because the only way Razib could get that mutation is through the act of copulation and sex. That man passed down his Y chromosome to his son, and that son passed down his Y chromosome to his son, all the way until we get Razib. I'm gonna play it again because they keep saying that this man is not. He's anti-haplogroup or something, and he's in agreement with what they're saying, which is just baffling.
Basically, no is the simple answer. Yes is the theoretical answer, and that's because of how we define what a haplogroup is from the perspective of a geneticist is you look at the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA. You could also do haplogroups are not generally done as much for the autosomal for the whole genome, but they can be done there. But it's basically a segment of DNA that's inherited from a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that's the reality. But what we geneticists do is use the mutations.
Teo, he said that's the reality, that he descends from this man. Why? How does he know this? Because of his haplogroup, not his autosomal admixture, his haplogroup.
Beat bop boot. Question answered.
He
Nothing
said
else you
that's
can
what
really do
determines
now.
it. Let's go back, man. This is sweet chin music right here.
From a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that's the reality. But what we geneticists do.
He said that's the reality. That's the reality, that he descends from this
He
man
said it
that
goes
first
back
had
how
that
far?
mutation. You said what?
And he said it goes back. And he said it goes back how far? 5,000 years. Man,
Notice he didn't say, I know this through my autosomal DNA. No, he didn't say that. He said because of his haplogroup R1A and the particular SNP that he has, he know it arose 5,000 years ago in a man that was in Belarus. And he is one of his descendants. And he said that's the reality. Right? This is why you guys don't want to deal with empirical scrutiny, right? Empirical reality. That's what haplogroups show you. Gorilla Hebrew, you got an R1B marker, you descend from a man that had the M269 marker somewhere in Europe through the Yamnaya. It is what it is. You are a Yamnaya descendant. Okay? Teo, you have haplogroup G2A4. That means you descend from a male that lived in times past, somewhere in Europe, most likely. Right? They had sons and they had sons and they had sons and they had sons. You skip all the way to the present day, they created you. You come from their line. That's the only way you can get that Y chromosome, through the act of sex, meaning you came from that man's loins. This is reality, according to Razib Khan, the people y'all love to invoke. Because you got some sick, twisted idea in your head that you think he's pushing. Let me go back a little bit and let this play out.
Groups are not generally done as much for the autosomal for the whole genome, but they can be done there. But it's basically a segment of DNA that's inherited from a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means, like, 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that's the reality. But what we geneticists do is use the mutations to infer that. Now, that's not 100% true. That's 99.99999.
99.9999%. So we geneticists use mutations to infer that. They're not autosomal DNA, the mutations to infer your deep paternal ancestry. Right, Amir? Right, Amir? Razib Khan doesn't believe in haplogroups. He says autosomal is the way to go. No, he doesn't. They're misrepresenting him because he made an article back like in 2013, 2014.
Like
and they're
I said,
misrepresenting that article. We're going to read it.
Teotw is playing his audience for fools. He doesn't think y'all are smart.
Right. Let me roll it back one more time. This sweet chin music, man.
Groups are not generally done as much for the autosomal for the whole genome, but they can be done there. But it's basically a segment of DNA that's inherited from a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means, like, 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that's the reality. But what we geneticists do is use the mutations to infer that. Now, that's not 100% true. That's 99.99999% truth, right? And so in theory, you could have like hundreds of mutations create this weird result. It could happen, right? You could actually.
Right. So I got him on that. All right. I got him on that, man. Y'all been lying through your damn teeth. Well, misinforming people through your teeth, but you guys are liars.
Straight up.
Yeah, Amir, you know what article I'm talking about. So let's get right to it. And then we're gonna talk about that because Sakari did something that was foul too. He tried to poison the well too. All these guys are upset with DNA because they found out that they were European.
They didn't get what they wanted.
They didn't get the results they wanted. They get Western Central African.
Which really goes to show their character. So you're willing to lie and muddy the waters because you didn't get what you want instead of be a sojourner in the kingdom.
Man,
and there's nothing wrong with that. We have Ruth in the scriptures. There's nothing wrong with that. And the mixed multitude, like literally a bunch of Egyptians and Nubians became Israel.
Really, this is the article that he wrote back in 2013 that these guys are probably referencing. Right? The ancestor of the bird kids. You funny as hell, man. It says, please ignore mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomal haplogroups by Razib Khan. There's his name right there.
2013.
It said, this is a public service announcement. If you are a user of direct-to-consumer personal genomic services, please do not pay any attention to your mtDNA and Y chromosomal haplogroups. Why? Because they hardly tell you anything about your individual ancestry. What do I mean by this? Your mtDNA comes down from your mother's 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 mother. So he's not denying the utilization and purpose of the sex chromosome.
Dang.
He's not doing that. You guys are. Let's keep reading. And similarly, for your Y chromosomal lineage, if you are a male. So the same thing happens with your male. Your Y chromosome tracks your father's 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 father. So if you were Jacob, whatever the haplogroup you have, Jacob will have to match the haplogroup for him to be a direct paternal descendant. There's no way around it. Now, what Razik Khan is talking about in this article is what all DNA papers, well, not DNA papers, but like DNA sites point out. I believe the UCL school pointed this out as well. If you want to know about all your lines, in common history, you have to take autosomal DNA. That'll tell you about all your lines, right? Indirectly, indirectly. That's all he's pointing out here. But he never denies the utilization and purpose of the sex chromosomes, like you guys do.
It's like they just saw the title, screenshot it, didn't even read what the article said.
Right. It's called a zinger, right?
Clickbait here on YouTube.
It's like that article that says all Native American descend from a boy found in Montana. Obviously, that's not true because it's a boy. That means he died while he was a kid. So most likely he didn't have no damn children, right? But that's the title of the article. Watch this. It says here, these few individuals are not any more likely to contribute to your ancestry than all those multitudes and multitudes who do not contribute to your mtDNA or Y lineages. That's the point he was making. He's not denying that sex chromosomes reveal your paternal ancestry and maternal ancestry. He never did that. He's just saying that they don't really contribute to your ancestry, which defeats your other point about you're going to be 50% Jacob if you descend from Jacob. No, you would not. If Jacob lived 4,000 years before you were born, he contributes nothing to your autosomal DNA. Zero, zilch, nada. Or a number so small is negligible. Right? Because DNA degrades over time, right? It says also known as almost all your ancestors. What you should pay attention to are your autosomal results. Emphasis made from most of your genome. These results may be more difficult to parse, but difficulty is no sin and elegant ease is no virtue. In this case, that's because you are interested in your ancestry, not an interpretable story, not a convenient interpretable story, because it's more convenient just look at your Y chromosome, look at your mtDNA, but it's more complex looking at autosomes. Why? Because your autosomal DNA is your admixtures by all the people you admix within a small time window, about 300 years. 500 years is the cutoff. Let's keep reading. So, of course, I'm not saying. And here's the killer right here. If that part didn't kill that, y'all not convinced. Then what he say here? Of course, I'm not saying that mtDNA and Y chromosome haplogroups are useless. Done. You're finished. Hibachi meal. Hibachi meal, man. Osaka, man.
So haplogroups aren't useless. Interesting.
So if you read this article, right? Because you niggas don't read. If you would have spent time to read this article, shout out to the Balkan bully in the building. You could clearly see that he's not dismissing and disregarding the mtDNA and Y chromosomal haplogroups.
Well, it's easier to lie to your audience when your audience doesn't research what you're saying.
Right. Because again, he's talking about all your ancestry. All your ancestry does not your direct male and direct female lines don't speak about all your ancestry. All your ancestral lines are not directly, you're not directly descended from, but it's in your autosomal and it's in your genome. That's all he's saying here. He says they are useful for population scale phylogeography, but please don't make emphasis about yourself from one data point, at least in most cases. This is what he said. And for some reason, no, ain't no some reason, you guys are charlatans. You guys are agents of deception. Again, all you guys are doing is poisoning the well because you don't want to believe your paternal results. But like I said, if you got kids, go get your kids tested. And if they are, and those are your sons, I guarantee you they're going to have the same haplogroup as you. There's no way around it. Man, it's just that simple. You guys cook it's hibachi meals all day. And then he did another article that really crushes y'all, man. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I know I got it here loaded somewhere. You check my Facebook. Rajiv Khan did another article dealing with haplogroups, which is a little longer. It's called the haplogroups alive or dead or something like that. Never show you. So we can see that these brothers didn't comprehend that. This is why they get offended at, you know, that clip when I tell niggas to read a book. I am a minister. Why would you? No, because you niggas need to read. Y'all don't read this stuff.
Did you play that at the beginning of the video, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. That'd been good for an intro and outro.
But you know what, man? PSA, read a goddamn book.
Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. R-E-A-D-A-B-O-O-K. 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 Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Not a sports page, not a magazine, but a book, nigga. A fucking book, nigga. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. R-E-A-D-A-B-O-O-K. 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 R-E-A.
Hey, and if you guys offended by that one, I give you the soft one right here. But you niggas need to read.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow.
Just take out the damn time to read instead of pontificating all the damn time and trying to mystify your audience. How about you take out the time to actually educate yourself and educate the people? We had enough indoctrination. God damn, we've been through all the doctrines, right? What was Malachi Z. York, Nuwapian, the BHI stuff, you know, all the doctrines, man. Afrocentrism, Egypt,
Islam.
We've been through everything. I think it's old. I think there's a debt owed to us, and that debt should be paid in literacy. That debt should be paid in knowledge. That debt should be paid in unadulterated education. You guys should be ashamed of your damn selves. Right? You got to read, man. Understand this stuff. That's why the scripture said what it says. Understand this what thou readest, and all thy getteth understanding. You don't understand the field of genetics. It's clear. That's why you're making all these erroneous statements, right? And it would be fine if you made those mistakes and owned up to them and said, listen, I'm going to fix it and be better. But y'all don't want to get better. You're stuck with this false dichotomy because you want to continue to push your indoctrination.
They literally have to lie. We got to call a spade, and we got to keep reminding people that because they keep on trying to make this about spirituality and all that. But fact is, they're liars, straight up liars. They made fake DNA maps. They take pieces of books and leave out half of half the whole page and just take a sentence from it. And as you can see with the whole Rajiv Khan thing, they completely twist people's words. Like, these people are straight up liars. This ain't about spirituality with them. They're just trying to save face. And yeah, that's the whole issue I have with them. that we have with them.
Shout out to Sister Shari, man, witnessing this hibachi meal. All right, let's read this, man. So this is an article wrote by Razib Khan. It says the haplogroup is dead. Long live the haplogroup, part 1. Why mtDNA and why chromosomal lineages matter. That's what he named it. That's the subtitle. Why mtDNA and why chromosomal DNA matters. June 23rd is when this was published. Let's read it. Because we actually read here. We actually disseminate the information here. You understand? We're going to play a clip of what they do, which is complete garbage, right? Basura, right? Trash, right? It says, in every regional or population history I write, you find references to Y chromosomal and mitochondrial DNA haplogroups. While never quite the central focus of the story, they're not exactly ornamental trivia either. Haplogroups come with obtruse nomenclature, letter and number combinations of unpredictable length, but on the plus side, their relationships to one another can be visualized as literal tree-like schematics, and they lend themselves to narrative structures we're all at home with. Being able to say that R1b and R1a are brother haplogroups paints a clearer picture for most readers than when I assure a colleague, a ghost population added to the model resolves the F statistics in the population graph. Haplogroups are a useful signpost, but in the era of ubiquitous GPS, perhaps they are a bit more like precious fragments of early maps at the historical society than precise satellite coordinates. Look what he says. Haplogroups are useful signposts, right? Let's keep reading. Y and mtDNA studies were the genomic darlings of the turn of this young century, but the bloom is off as we hurtle deep into post-genomic era. Is there really any point to these flimsy little tendrils of genealogical arcana now when all 3 billion human base pairs can be routinely illuminated? Paradoxically, no longer being overexposed, stars of the show has freed up Y and mtDNA markers to meet their full, unique potential in the complex narratives of historical population genetics. They never made sense as matinee idols. More like scene-stealing character actors, they have finally come into their own when tapped to shed light on different demographic histories of the sexes due to culture. Polygyny or polyandry or conquest, capture of indigenous women, or precisely trace high status lineages across time. So he's giving you different purposes and utilizations of the Y DNA, mtDNA. But they keep invoking Razib Khan, but they won't admit none of this. They won't admit that haplogroups shed light on demographic histories of the sexes. They won't admit that it shows conquest, capture of indigenous women, or tracing high status lineages. They won't admit that. Because then they would have to admit that it actually traces your ancestry. Right? I'm going to continue to read. It says, today, these exceptional tools finally have a worthy mission. Once whole genome analysis framed a broader narrative, Y and mtDNA lineages can flesh out specific details like sexual demographics or tenuous connections between populations not discernible via other methods. Tenuous, well, let me read that again. Tenuous connections between populations not discernible via other methods. What's another method? Autosomal DNA. All right, let's keep reading. Y and mtDNA lineages are both technically uniparental markers because they are passed from one parent only. The Y from the father to the son, and mtDNA from the mother to the child. Although the sons do not pass their mtDNA to their offspring, so they are dead ends. So the information they convey isn't quite as remote as exhibits at the local history society. Within genetic genealogy, circles, a person's direct paternal and maternal lineages have undeniable emotional valence that earn them a certain unquestioned primacy. Even though those narrow lines of descent are not uniquely privileged in any scientific sense, the Y and mtDNA lineages exclusively trace back very specific and precise ancestors within a family tree. I'm going to have to read that again for these brothers. I'm going to have to read it again for Teotw, the pseudos. The Y and mtDNA lineages exclusively trace back very specific and precise ancestors within a family tree. You're done. You're finished. Your noodles been cooked, man. Serve the ramen, right? We serving hibachi meals here, man. We serving hibachi meals. This is easy. This is light work. Let me read it one more time. The Y and mtDNA lineages exclusively trace back very specific and precise ancestors within a family tree. You guys gonna stop talking about Rajiv Khan after this. You're gonna have to drop the argument. You're just gonna have to drop the argument, man. You keep trying and trying your hardest to poison the well. Watch. He's gonna recapitulate these points. Watch. So if I meet a Polish man who carries R1A1A haplogroup, I know with certainty that we share a direct common forefather about 5,500 years ago who lived somewhere on the Pontic steppe of Ukraine. Y'all done. Y'all done. Y'all kept invoking this man as if he agrees with your pseudo-fringe position, and he does not. This is standard science. This is standard genetic science. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Lying to save face.
Let me read that again, man. This is sweet chin music. I wish Sean was here. This is sweet chin music, man. So if I meet a Polish man who carries the R1A1A haplogroup, I know with certainty. He said, I know with certainty. He knows for a fact that we share a direct common forefather about 5,500 years ago who lived somewhere on the Pontic steppe of Ukraine. So you guys have to apply, since y'all invoke him so much, apply this to your own haplogroup. If you meet a man in Poland, we use the same country, with G2A4, you know for certainty that you share a common forefather that lived in times past. There's no way around it. Y'all appeal to Rajiv Khan, and Rajiv Khan is killing you. He's killing the pseudoisms that exist in your camp, man. Same thing for you, Gorilla Hebrew. If you meet a man with R1B haplogroup that lived in Iberia or lived in Spain, you know for certainty that you share a direct common forefather with that European. There's no way around it. You guys are descendants of Europeans. Be happy, embrace it. It is what it is. The reason why it hurts so much is because you spent majority of your time on YouTube and social media condemning Europeans, just to find out that you are of the seed of Europeans.
And they put their faith flesh-based by keep on declaring that they're Israel without putting their faith really in following what the scriptures say, being a spiritual Jew or a spiritual Israelite. Following the Most High's word. They put it too much in the blood.
Oh, they've been too busy following Tahar's word.
Mm-hmm.
These people they're using the imprecise criterion to determine who people are, man. And haplogroups are pretty much sharpshooters. He said 99.99999%. It's reality. There's no way around it. You can't meander your way out of this.
It is kind of funny, though. The people you hated so much, you turned out to be the very people. It's almost poetic in a way. A little weird.
the people that you hated so much turns out to be the same people you share common male ancestry with. And until you brothers show y'all maternal DNA, Teotw, we're going to assume that you're on your maternal side, you're European as well. So not only you share common forefathers with them, You share common foremothers with them. And it should be easy to accept. All you got to do is change your doctrine. Stop spewing hate. Stop spewing race-bait hate. Because we fight against the racist. We fight against the ignorant. All you gotta do is say, look, you know what? My paternal lineage is European. Let me turn let me turn down a little bit on this racist hate, man, because I actually descend from them. Let me start, applying the scriptures that say accepting the sojourners, right? Let's start looking into that information, man. Let's start looking into, y'all believe the New Testament, right? That we all come from one blood, right? Let's start, bringing that to the forefront instead of, all this condemnation and telling people that they're going to be slaves when you actually descend from those people.
Right.
Amir says, if Teotw really believes scripture, then they wouldn't be peddling skin doctrine. Premise 2, they do peddle skin doctrine. Conclusion, Teotw doesn't believe scripture.
Facts.
Oh, man.
He talks a lot about the church, but he's really no different than those false churches.
Check this out. He says, if I meet a Polish man who carries the R1A1A haplogroup, I know with certainty that we share a direct common forefather about 5,500 years ago who lived somewhere on the Pontic steppe of Ukraine. Some 220 generations of fathers and sons stretch back to a single human, the direct paternal ancestor of my sons, me, and about a third of Slavic men. Come on, man. You're done. You're finished. You kept invoking this guy only to get, fall on your own sword. You're finished. Haplogroups are a way of carving nature at its joints, along familiar lines that strike humans as natural and accessible. Every single Y haplogroup traces direct paternal ancestry along a chain of men back to the origin of our species, and early if we had the data, while the mtDNA haplogroup is the genealogy of our mothers back to the evocative mitochondrial Eve. So again, he's not saying anything different than what we've been teaching on this channel about how to utilize Y-DNA, how to use mtDNA. These simple and direct genetic lines hew conveniently to the same assumptions as our cultural traditions of surnames, and they faithfully reflect our species fixation on patrilineal and matrilineal descent. But he said faithfully. He said faithfully reflect our species fixation on patrilineal and matrilineal descent, both of which tread that tiny track of person's descent solely along the direct genealogies of a single sex, just like the Y chromosome and mtDNA do respectively. And within the context of human demographic history, paternal-maternal dynamics do vary in interesting ways that can be uncovered by haplogroup distributions and the phylogenetic trees in which they are embedded. It is amazing, if unsurprising, for example, to confirm that in racially mixed populations in Colombia, almost all the mtDNA haplogroups are indeed indigenous to the Americas, while the Y chromosomes look like subsamplings of Iberian men. Haven't we been telling you guys that as well? This is why when you look at the 12-tribe chart, many of those people that are calling Israelites are actually Western Europeans themselves, coming and stemming from Iberia. This is ostensible when we look at the DNA. It's just a fact. It's a fact like the air we breathe, right? The mtDNA and Y studies add quantitative dimensions to the qualitative lore. Today, Y and mtDNA lineages play a supporting role to a whole genome analysis in the constellations of insights we can assemble about our evolutionary genetic past, because we know so much more with 21st century tools like whole genome sequencing and Fields paleogenetics. These two markets can now truly come into their own to explore very precise demographic phenomena, rather than being unrealistically tapped to illuminate the totality of the human demographic past. All right, so let's keep reading this, man, because it's just gold right here. And what happens is a lot of these cult leaders hope that you don't go back and read the source material. They pray and hope that you don't go back and read this stuff, because it blows the skirt off their BS. That's why they don't like Abu, man. They don't like Abu at all because he's very strategic, right? And precise when he aims. The brother got great aim. He's a marksman. Let me keep reading. It says a haplotype. So what is a haplogroup? It's really just a catch-all for a set of related haplotypes that go back to a common ancestor within the genealogy. Okay, and so then what is a haplotype? So again, common ancestry, genealogy, this never changed. Razib Khan never denies haplogroups. He never tells you that the utilization of haplogroups are anything but that, right? He never deflects and say, oh, autosomal DNA can actually show you a direct ancestry that lived 5,000-6,000 years. He never says that. Notice that. But these guys are claiming that Razib Khan are on the same frequency as them. Razib Khan is not a freaking pseudo like you guys are. You guys are pseudo as hell. All right. Let's keep reading. It says the human DNA sequences comes in 2 copies, a single genome of 3 billion bases duplicated into 2 strands, packaged and organized into chromosomes. That means every single one of our genes has a 2-fold redundancy, with the key exceptions of the sex chromosomes in males and mitochondrial DNA in all of us. Every single position in the genome, when called upon for input, turns and confers with a partner before registering its votes or rendering its edict, except that is for every lonely little position, of which there are more than 50 million on each man's runty little Y chromosome, as well as each position on the tiny but mighty engines that power every single one of our cells, our mitochondria, vastly shorter than the Y with only 16,569 positions. These latter a bequest from each child's direct line of female ancestors at their conception. In addition to there being billions of positions in the genome that align themselves in a sequence, the genes within organisms are arrayed in a set order and bundled in specific chromosomes. They don't just float free in the nucleus. They are often packaged with a precise structure. The further the evolutionary distance separating 2 species, the more likely they are to differ in the order of their genes and the total number of their chromosomes. Humans have 46 chromosomes, while our great ape relatives all have 48. In contrast, within species, you generally have the same gene order. But in these ordered genes, there's still variation. It's the variable position, single nucleotide polymorphisms, what we call SNPs, myriads A's, C's, G's, and T's when clustered together in a specific sequence and correlated in their inheritance as a block that characterizes a haplotype. A haplotype is defined by linked genetic variation on a DNA segment inherited as a unit from a parent. The figure below illustrates 2 short sequences that are almost identical but vary at 3 positions, 4, 16, and 27. Haplotype 1 reads C, T, and C respectively at those positions, while haplotypes 2 reads G, G, and A. Since all genes except those on the male sex chromosome come in 2 copies, you can see how an individual might in fact carry both haplotype 1 and haplotype 2. Then it gives you the 2 examples here. Because we know DNA is a quaternary code. It's 4 different acids that come together to make your DNA, right? In the computer language, because they keep trying to compare computer language, no data, that's a binary code. DNA is a quaternary code, right? It says in most of the human genome, these sequences of linked SNP variations become fragmented and decoupled from each other over generations due to genetic recombination. As segments of DNA break and cross over to match the alternative copy within your genome. Imagine, for example, if a single person of Chinese ancestry were to appear and marry a native of a small Swedish village. In the first generation of their offspring, the Chinese parents' genetically distinct ancestry would be clustered together along long stretches of DNA. The chromosome pairs would be exclusively Chinese or exclusively Swedish, one homolog from each parent. I want y'all to pay attention to this because, again, this is reaffirming how autosomal DNA inheritance works, right? They think someone that lived 4,000 years ago is going to have the same autosomal DNA no matter what, but it's showing you when you have a Chinese parent, that first generation is going to be more similar to that Chinese parent. But the further you get away from that Chinese ancestor, and depending on what population you add mixed with, the more similar you're going to be to those populations, right? Let's continue reading. It says, but in each subsequent generation that their descendants remain in Sweden, mating with Swedes, the ancestral Chinese segments will be broken apart and recombined with DNA of European origin. This is why you cannot use autosomal DNA for deep ancestry. This is why. Because as you migrate, move, and interact, mix with other groups, you're going to pick up their autosomal signatures. And that old autosomal signature that you have, they're going to eventually fade away into time. They're eventually going to fade away. That is correct, Amir. It's about 8 generations. That's how far autosomal DNA goes back. And he's pretty much breaking it down technically here, why that happens. So after many centuries, the traces of the original long Chinese haplotypes or of link variation will only be detectable as much shorter segments. We can illustrate the mechanism in a single generation with the above haplotypes if they swap sequences after breaking, in this case between the 11th and 12th letters. Then it gives you an example of the quaternary code here, the 4 different acids that get together to make your DNA. And he's showing how they differ. It says the haplotypes are now CGA and GTC rather than CTC and GGA. When males and females form sperm and egg cells during meiosis, we expect about 20 to 40 crossover events to occur, swapping segments across the chromosome pairs inherited from individuals' mothers and fathers, respectively. Also, newsflash, this is a spoiler alert because someone brought up why twins have different autosomal DNA. Newsflash, twins are not going to always be the same genetically. This is a layman's mistake. Layman's make that mistake. Geneticists don't, because they understand meiosis, right? Meiosis is what's going to, first of all, your inheritance of your parents' DNA is already random. It's a random inheritance. Mutations are random and your inheritance is random, right? So we're going to get into that a little later when we get to the video that Sakari put out recently. It says, as well as the X chromosome for females, these breaks and swaps between the chromosome pairs can compound over generations, decreasing the linkage of genetic variants across segments of DNA, chopping up very long haplotypes. This perpetual dynamic that works against link variation is why the presence of both very long and common haplotypes often merits closer inspection. For example, among both a majority of Europeans and a large minority of South Asians, one of the longest haplotypes is found spanning the lactase gene in a segment over 1 million bases long. It would be 1.7% of the length of the Y chromosome. Why is this haplotype both long and common? It owes its immense popularity to the little fact that it includes a SNP mutation within lactase that it confers lactose intolerance, a trait that has been under very strong natural selection among milk-drinking pastoralists over the last 3,000 years. If a favorite SNP increases in frequency fast enough due to strong positive selection, then coincidentally, adjacent portions of the genome will hitchhike along, overwhelming the usual plotting, but inexorable progress of recombination, leaving a very long haplotype at a high frequency in the population. The detection of a long haplotype is a possible sign that Charles Darwin's primary evolutionary force, natural selection, has been stomping through the human genome, leaving in its wake a vast desert of bearing of genetic variation. The haplotypes around lactypes is a copy from a single individual that likely lived 5,000 years ago in Central Eurasia. So in the majority of Northern European genomes, there is no difference at all between their 2 inherited chromosome copies. And he gives an example of the chromosome that his daughter inherited from him to give you a visual aid there. It says here, but let's rewind to where I said that in most of the genome, haplotypes break apart. Our story today is not the vast bulk of the genome where all that conferring and recombining and crossing over confers. For haplotypes, our informants are the tiny fraction of the genome that take a road less traveled. And their solo journeys have made all the difference. The mitochondrial genome and most of the Y chromosome are by design unpartnered dancers, appearing intact in every act as evolution marches forward, never collaborating or conferring with anyone. This is why we can trace this back. Autosomal DNA is different because It goes through meiosis, it's swapped, and random inheritance occurs, which we'll get into a little later, where you get an exact copy of your Y DNA and mtDNA from your parents, right? So that's why it's good to trace back into deep ancestry. Says there are some exceptions that are not relevant to this discussion. On the Y and mtDNA, mutations that arise together stay together like graffiti accumulating on a wall over time because there's never any recombination to swap them onto another segment. The only way mtDNA and Y-DNA sequences morph over time is when they accumulate new mutations. There is neither mixing nor matching of variants. Whereas, for example, your chromosome 1s are likely to be mishmash of your likely to be a mishmash of your 4 grandparents because of recombination in your parents. The mtDNA is simply that of your mother and her mother and her mother before her. A male's Y chromosome is simply that of his father before him, and so forth. So again, he's reinforcing the use of Y chromosomes. He's reinforcing the use of sex chromosomes, showing direct paternal and maternal ancestry. There's no way around it, man. Y'all didn't read this information. Y'all didn't take out the time to understand this stuff. You just got upset because you found out that your Y DNA goes back to King Richard III. All right. European. It says the evolutionary history of haplotypes in most of the genome would be hard to reconstruct because of the complicating variable of recombination scrambling the segments, producing a plethora of haplotype variations over the generations. Happily, for our purposes, this disqualifying complication does not apply to Y chromosome and mtDNA. They instead are just singular haplotypes from beginning to end, accumulating variation through mutation in a clock-like manner over the generations. The simple evolutionary genetic dynamics of the Y and mtDNA alone make demographic inference easy because you have only to work back up a family tree to the common ancestors. So if you want to know your common ancestry, you look at your Y DNA, you look at your mtDNA. You don't use autosomal DNA for that. Why? Because the first half of this tells you the evolutionary history of haplotypes and most of the genome will be hard to reconstruct because of the complicating variable of recombination scrambling the segments, producing a plethora of haplotype variations over the generations. This is why, right? All of those information mixed together and not directly coming from what? Your 2 lines, your male and your female lines. If you want to know your common ancestry, direct common ancestors, use your Y and mitochondrial DNA, not autosomal. It's that simple. A haplogroup. So if a haplogroup is just a set of related haplotypes that share a common ancestor, does that mean that defined broadly enough we are all part of the general human haplogroup? And this is what always happens, right? I'm glad he addressed this. They'll say, well, should we all have the same haplogroup? Should we all have the same haplogroup? We all descend from the same man. Y'all don't understand genetics, man. The fact that y'all even pose stuff like that shows you have a lack of understanding. And again, doesn't the scripture say, in all thy getting, get it for understanding? Watch this. He says, yes, because in context of the 2 types of uniparental lineages, the Y and mtDNA phylogenies, they of course correlates all the way back to the most recent common ancestors embodied by mythical individuals we call mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam. Despite these evocative names, to work with uniparental lineages is to be forever condemned to emphasize that these 2 individuals were not the only humans alive in their generation and did not even necessarily contribute a disproportionate amount of their ancestors to humans alive today. It's just that according to mathematics and uniparental inheritance, eventually all competing unbroken lineages, but one will die out. So that single line descended from a common individual ancestor will encompass the whole population. It may be random, but it's also inevitable. The logic of this is not unique to DNA. It is reflected in our cultural genealogical traditions. Nearly 2,000 years ago, Emperor Augustus was concerned with the decline and extinction of Rome's noble families. These were organized in gens, descended from a common male ancestors whose status was inherited by the chain of legitimate patrilineal descendants. What Augustus did not understand is that the problem was not the morals of nobility, but the custom of patrilineality patrilineality in an official monogamous culture, as many men in each generation would not happen to beget legitimate living sons to perpetuate their family line. Augustus craved the reliable fecundity and Blit lack of concern about paternity of rabbits in a world where the quest to achieve fatherhood looked more like a March Madness bracket, collapsing generation by generation. As a tragic example, Emperor Marcus Aurelius had at least 7 legitimate sons, but only one, the insane Commodus, survived into adulthood when his antics got him assassinated. In a patrilineal or matrilineal system, one needs an unbroken line of males or females, and the nature of probability means some lineages will go extinct every generation as the sequence of males or females is finally interrupted. Then you get the bust of who do you say here? Felix. It says here, but what of those families that flourish and become prolific? In Rome, different branches of a particularly numerous gens became functionally distinct. During the late Republic, the dictator Lucius Cornelius Sulla had the senator Lucius Cornelius Cinna killed because the latter supported the enemies of the former. Though both were the gens of Corneli, or Corneli, however you say that there, the Cinna and Sulla branches were by the 1st century BC considered separate families with no particularly strong connection. In the lineage of the haplogroups, the Corneli were the macro haplogroup, while the Cinna and Sulla were descendant haplogroups. As some haplogroups go extinct, others diversify to fill the gap so that eventually all haplogroups will be found to descend from a common ancestor, just like the Corneli. And he gives an example of that, and then he shows the phylogenetic tree here. So the short answer to that is, yes, we all go back to a common male ancestor that lived, I believe, around 200 to 150,000 years ago. But what they're not telling you is that line diversified, and we all have our own distinct lines that go back to our most recent common ancestors. That's hence haplogroups. That's basically what he just explained. So we go back to haplogroup E. That's its own distinct line. If you're R1b, like Gorilla Hebrew, you go back to macro haplogroup R, the first mutation that came in that line and arose and became its own branch on the family tree. That's his own distinct line, right? It says, because Y DNA and mtDNA sequences build up mutation as they march forward through time, their phylogenies are defined by new mutations that accumulate within their family trees, demarcating a significant branch point. At some specific time in the distant past, all lineages shared the same common mutations in the last common ancestor. But over the generations, new variants came to define this or that branch. If one particular lineage was reproductively successful, it would come to beget many smaller branches descended from it. Above is a figure that defines the Y chromosomal haplogroup R, differentiated by numerous mutations that accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The best estimate is that R1 and R2 separated 35 to 40,000 years ago. Though there are different nomenclatures for Y and mtDNA haplogroups, this common system is rather simple in how the names track with the mutations. The first two mutations, M479 and M173, define the split between R1 and R2. Then R1, you see the mutations that define R1b and R1a. And next, within R1a, you see the M17 mutation, which defines R1A1A. The process goes further within R1a in this tree, and some genealogical fanatics define unique mutations that trace close branches of the same family. There are cases like in mtDNA haplogroup U below, where mutations occurred so close in time we cannot define bifurcations. So many branches emerge from a single node. Bifurcation means when it splits, right? And it gives you the example of haplogroup U and its many mutations that branch off of it. It says, finally, just because mutations define a particular branch does not mean all of them to have the same importance to us. Within R1A1A, the Z282 and Z93 mutations retain outsized importance because they define lineages that encompass the vast majority of European and Asian males of this haplogroup and are associated with the massive demographic expansion of Indo-Europeans out of the Pontic steppe. In the concluding post of this two-part series, we'll begin to explore what haplogroups can really illuminate and why in the sweeping saga of the and why in the sweeping saga of the human race. So that's the entire article. I wanted to read that thing from the top to the bottom, and maybe in a later episode we'll read the second part. But I just wanted to show how these people have been invoking this man's name, Razib Khan, and saying and implying that he agrees with their position on autosomal DNA when he actually does not. He actually understands the use of Y chromosome DNA, and he tells you that it's reality, and the Y chromosome DNA does trace father to father to father to father. So if you have haplogroup G2A4 like the Teotw twins, you go back to a European that had that same marker. You share a common ancestry with King Richard III of Europe, right? If you have R1B M269 like Gorilla Hebrew or a descendant lineage of it, you share common ancestry with every male that has R1B, right? And you probably most likely go back to the Yamnaya. This is not hard. It's just what happens is you get these religious dogmatic groups that want to poison the well. They want to poison the well to keep you guys in a stupor, to keep you guys ignorant. And we're warring against ignorance. We're warring against racism. We're warring against all those facets, skin doctrine. And these guys can't stand it. Right? You guys have been getting a pass for years upon years, because what happens is a lot of people don't want to be critical towards you guys, the BHI code, because they say, oh, they black, so why would you don't bring another black brother down? No, we need to eradicate all of the ill teachings that are in the community that is pushing our people into recidivism. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Trying to push
Pushing us
back.
into the Stone Age mindset.
Pushing us
You
in the
need to
stone.
advance.
Yeah, man. You're making us more and more and more incredulous, man. I thought we were supposed to bring knowledge, not reduce the knowledge. I thought Daniel said the knowledge shall increase, not decrease. What are we doing here, man? So we made it clear tonight that Razib Khan does not agree with that, made up autosomal BS that these guys are pushing. Now, from there, let's deal with your boy, Ivory. Let's deal with your boy. Let's deal with the gorilla.
Teotw. Oh, Gorilla Hebrew. By
Yeah,
the way,
deal with
before we
it.
move to Gorilla Hebrew, I'm going to tag you in this post on Facebook. I want you to read it. Maurice made a post, and tell me if you get this tag. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. All right. Read this right here, because this is excellent right here. So I tagged you, and you can pull up your screen when you get it. Yeah, I heard it go off right there.
Yeah, I got it.
That's a good post right there.
Let me see.
Right on time.
Man, you come with the killer. You coming with man, Ivory, you on some cold Osaka hibachi grill stuff right now, man. You really trying to cook these niggas, man. I mean, excuse me, cook these Europeoids. You know what I'm saying? This man, shout out to Mari, man. She coming with the ones and twos, and then this brother gonna come back and backdoor. Oh man, you foul, brother. So somebody reached out to African Ancestry, the African Ancestry Facebook group, to inquire about haplogroup G, and she said, "Hello, I was wondering if anyone can tell me whether haplogroup GZ1."
I don't mean to cut you off, but read the top part, because they got to know where this is coming from.
This is what the black-owned DNA company says about why haplogroup G.
Black-owned, not Esau. Black-owned DNA company.
African ancestry, right? And I see you guys in the comments. I'm gonna wait to the end of the video to just really dive into the comments, because I really want to get.
Yeah, I was looking at some of those comments too, but yeah, we need to stay. Yeah,
because I got to go work in the morning. I'm trying to be as efficient as possible tonight. But this is come from African Ancestry, right? The Facebook group they have. It says it here, African Ancestry. It says here, hello, I was wondering if anyone can tell me whether haplogroup G-Z18064.2 can be traced to African descent or something else. My grandpa has this haplogroup. And then what did the first person say? No, that is not African. And then the the same person said it started in Western Asia. Then African ancestry says that is huh?
No, my bad. Go ahead.
It says that is correct. And it says the name. The decidedly African Y chromosome haplogroups are A, B, and E. And there are some in E that can be contested because we know E, is North African, Eurasian as well. But African ancestry actually replied and doubled down on that G is not African like these guys are trying to push, right? You got, like I said, you guys are most likely not descendants of slaves paternally and probably maternally too. You're most likely a descendant of a slaver that was in Louisiana that was, getting down with the Creoles, probably like some, colored women and had children and had a progeny and then connects to you. The proof is in your cells. The proof is in your Y chromosome. You guys are European, not Western Central African. You're done for. You're cooked, man. You're getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. Hibachi meals being served 24 hours daily. Y'all
Definitely got to
finished.
keep this post.
Nobody's going to give you guys a pass. Oh, look at how I look. Give me a pass. No, that's what's wrong with this community. This is wrong with Afrocentrics, BHI. There's no one trying to correct none of the ill teachings and bad doctrine. Everybody's getting a pass. You're finished, man. We're not doing that here.
People definitely don't want to give us a pass about what we say.
Y'all done, man. And y'all need to step in the ring and debate like men instead of running like cowards. All right, let's address Sakari.
Did you want to do that tonight or do a fresh video tomorrow addressing him? It's up to you.
No, I'm addressing him right now. We can recapitulate tomorrow if you want, but I want to address this now.
Yeah, okay.
But before, again, this is the importance of reading. This is why I tell you guys every damn show.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow.
All right, man, let's get to this video. Remember, read, man. Don't believe you guys take these people for face value. You never go and spend the time to just actually go and do your due diligence and go actually read the source material to make sure these people ain't pulling the wool over your eyes. All right, let's get into this Sakari video.
It's the Black Holocaust. I knew
Name to 20.
that the promise reaches.
I wanted to see what would happen if I sent my pet lizard DNA into 23andMe. And so with the help of my wife, we extracted enough saliva to send off in the mail. We were so excited to see the results. After about 3 months, we were shocked. My lizard was 51% Ashkenazi Jewish. He was also 48% West Asian. This was really interesting. They also gave us a little bit of his background and his history.
Can you pause that right there? Because I do want to address that video. So I have a few issues with this video. One, it's from TikTok. I don't really take TikTok as a reputable source. Two, I would like to know who made that particular video. It'd be nice if there was like a link or if this person had a YouTube channel so I can look and see the full video. And it's cut up like a lot, like there's a lot of cuts in between the video. So how do we know he actually sent the lizard's DNA to 23andMe? Like in between the shots, obviously he could have just swiped himself. Like this video doesn't seem to be credible is basically what I'm saying. So yeah, there's a lot of issues with that.
Watch this.
I just want to acknowledge that TikTok is the best source possible in this situation.
Just like Twitter.
Watch this, because I've heard these claims for years, right? Let's just read about it. This is why, like I said, man, just take out the time and research these claims. It says here, some genetic tests apparently can't tell if you're a dog or a human. Just another reason you should be wary of home genetic tests. Right? Remember about them zingers, man. This is a zinger, right? This is made to grab your attention.
Clickbait.
Yeah, watch this. People who take direct-to-consumer genetic tests like 23andMe often do so to find out about their family history or maybe what kinds of genetic conditions they might pass on to their children. But they don't usually do it to figure out whether or not they're human. That's probably a good thing because a recent experiment showed that some of these tests can't tell. Watch. The Chicago-based NBC station sent one reporter's DNA to a handful of home DNA tests to compare the results. And just for kicks, they also sent a sample of DNA from Bailey, a Labrador retriever. It's unclear who Bailey's owner is, but we're pretty sure Bailey is a very good girl. While most companies return the sample as unreadable, one called Origin DNA didn't seem to notice. So when you read the title, it'll have you thinking, oh, every single genetic test can, determine or distinguish between an animal and a human or a dog and a human. Actually read it. It says when most companies return samples as unreadable, one called Origin DNA didn't seem to notice. Instead, they sent back a 7-page report praising Bailey's cardiac output and muscle force and recommending that she works with a personal trainer. It says the majority of genetic testing is still a gray area and there's always the possibility of uncertain results. Jessica Stahl, a genetic counselor at a University of Chicago hospital, told the station, luckily, we couldn't find any other cases of DNA testing companies mixing up humans and animals. I'm going to read that again. Luckily, we couldn't find any other cases of DNA testing companies mixing up humans and animals. That's a bit of a relief. And while it's pretty funny to consider a human genetic testing company seriously recommending a fitness plan to a dog, this includes hints at a deeper, scary issue. Many people have come to think of these easy-at-home tests as replacements for medical advice or counseling. You heard it before. You shouldn't put too much stock into a home genetic test or what they tell you about yourself. These services often promise things that DNA can't really tell you much about, like the wine you should drink or who you should be dating. The medical information,
health and all that.
Exactly. The medical information DNA provides can be hard to interpret without counseling, even ruinous to your outlook on life. There's also a chance some tests are giving participants false information. Says the canine conundrum shows just how fallible these tests really are. I don't find them particularly useful. In some cases, I can actually find them harmful. So said at a home DNA test. Said of at home DNA tests, emphasizing that the context of your medical history is incredibly important to use genetic tests to determine risks for medical conditions. We use very specific clinical tests to determine if there is a very specific gene mutation or a change in a gene that's increasing person's risk. If we're going to do any testing, we need to base it on your personal and family medical history. In other words, if you plan to use an at-home test to learn more about yourself, take its results with a very large grain of salt. Consider consulting a professional regardless of what the results say. And if you have a pet, maybe keep them away from your spit kit just in case. So again, this article does not say every single company that you go to is going to give you that result. Secondly, they said they sent it to several companies and only one mistaked it as being human or whatnot. So you just got to do better, man. Let's go back to this video.
Again, fear-mongering, trying to scare the people away from DNA.
It's called the poison the well fallacy. You're trying to poison the well. No, I'm just saying you're just trying to poison the well to make people not want to, take tests and believe or, take the confidence out of the test. because these people found out they descend from Europeans.
Right. Which is strange because the Most High created DNA. Like that red stuff in you, that spit that's in your mouth, that hair that's on the top of your head, like all that's can be used.
You expect them to believe in that red stuff?
I guess not with the way these people are moving. I mean, the Most High created DNA. It like what I just don't see the logic in what they're doing.
And they do actually make ancestry tests for animals, by the way, like for dogs and stuff, to make sure that they are of certain breeds or whatnot, certain stocks. You can actually get your dogs tested. But anyway, let's play it from the top.
I knew it was prophecy. 1,000 times worse than your Jewish atrocities. Uneven playing field, there'll never be a fair score. Cause in 1619, that's when they declared war. We the 12 tribes, the ones that the promise reaches.
I wanted to see what would happen if I sent my pet lizard DNA into 23andMe. And so with the help of my wife, we extracted enough saliva to send off in the mail. We were so excited to see the results. After about 3 months, we were shocked. My lizard was 51% Ashkenazi Jewish. He was also 48% West Asian. This was really interesting. They also gave us a little bit of his background and his history.
Millions of people buy DNA test kits, curious to learn what their genes might reveal about their ancestry. But how accurate are those kits? Well, we tested some of them using identical triplets and quadruplets. Lisa Guerrero has the results.
This is me.
The commercials run day and night.
Simple swab of the cheek from Family Tree DNA.
Companies offering to unlock the secrets to your ancestry.
Order your DNA kit for only $99 today.
Millions of people are buying these home DNA test kits.
Here we go.
So we got to wondering, how accurate are they? What would happen if, for example, triplets took the tests? You'd certainly expect them to have identical ancestry.
I think they'll be the same. I think it'll be the same.
So we found a set of identical triplets.
We have to have the same DNA.
Erica McGraw is the daughter-in-law of Dr. Phil McGraw. Her husband, Jay, is the executive producer of TV's The Doctors. Erica and her sisters use the popular test 23andMe. All they have to do is spit in a cup and ship off the samples.
Move your arm out further.
We also tested the Maynard triplets. You may remember them from their appearance on American Idol.
It's a raining man. Hallelujah.
We sent their swabs to a test kit company called Family Tree DNA.
Spit. Let's go.
And these identical triplets from New Jersey used a kit from Ancestry DNA.
Let's see what happens.
We even added in this rare set of identical quadruplets.
In the wake of your smile.
The singing pie from quads from California.
Their ancestry should be absolutely identical.
The results are in. The first stop is the set of the TV show The Doctors, where I'm going to reveal to Erica McGraw and her sisters the results of their ancestry. I was joined by the host of The Doctors, Dr. Travis Stork.
About the Great Inside Edition DNA test.
You are all 99% European.
But the test from 23andMe also showed some surprising differences.
For example, Nicole, you're 11% French and German.
Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that?
Yeah, I was gonna wait for them to name all the results.
The purpose of them showing this is to say that it's faulty science or it's junk science, like Darvis said, right? Oh, it can't even get these three twins DNA right. But she said for the most part, you're 99 point whatever percent.
They're 99% European, which
99% European, yeah.
You can tell.
Which makes them similar. And then again, what does this have to do with haplogroups?
Absolutely nothing.
This is a red herring fallacy.
It goes to show you Sakari knows nothing about DNA.
I'm still upset that the lizard didn't have to spit into the tube.
Yeah, that's yeah.
You got to get you got to fill that damn tube up too. You got to fill it up.
Did they squeeze it out? They wring that lizard out like a towel?
I don't know,
Yeah, that
man. Maybe
TikTok video is very questionable because they use a cheek swab, and on 23andMe, you don't use cheek swabs. You supposed to spit into it. So
yeah, you spit into it.
that
Everybody
TikTok video
knows
is
you
very,
buy the
very
kit.
questionable.
It's tubes that you spit into. But anyway, this is just idiocy. First of all, it's a red herring because you're trying to distract people from haplogroups because you have a European haplogroup, right?
Beep, bop,
This is
boop.
just talking about the autosomal inheritance. Go ahead, brother.
No, I don't got anything. I just said beep, bop, boop, like, case closed.
And it's based off of a layman understanding of how twins and triplets work, which we're going to break down here in a minute.
But Erica, you're 22.3% French and German.
Wow, that's weird.
And Jacqueline, you're 18%.
I am surprised though because we came from the same egg and we have the same DNA. How our ancestors are a little different.
We sure wondered the same thing.
Well, guess what?
Let's see how the Maynard triplets did with their test from Family Tree
Can you
DNA.
go back to
According to the
actually
kit
no,
you took,
you can leave
these
this
are the
here.
results.
They all showed British Isles ancestry, but how is it that the range was so different? Aaron had 59%, Mandy 66%, and Melissa 70%.
Pause it right
And
there.
how is
Go,
it
well, go back to
possible
the
that
picture and
Mandy
pause it.
showed 6% Scandinavian?
Or you can pause it right there too. So yeah, so you see that they have different autosomal results, and it's funny because Teotw is basically preaching to the people: use autosomal DNA to trace your ancestry. Use autosomal DNA. Autosomal DNA is the way to trace ancient ancestry, not haplogroups. Well, as you can clearly see, even when you have siblings, when you have identical siblings, you can vary autosomally. You're not going to be the same 100% as your sibling autosomally. So haplogroups aren't the way to, excuse me, haplogroups are the way. Autosomal DNA isn't the way to trace ancient ancestry or to figure out like what race you are or whatever. Like obviously this video kind of debunks the whole autosomal thing. It really shows you how it's just not the best way to do things.
Facts. And I'm gonna let it play out. Then I'm gonna actually educate the people on twins, and how that works. And this is just another topic that we dealt with in a prior show. Orthodox Moore was on here. We discussed how twins work. And that applies to triplets, quadruplets, or what have you. Watch this.
And how is it possible that Mandy showed 6% Scandinavian ancestry, but her identical sisters showed none?
That's weird. I don't like it.
It's the
one
exact
result, no result at all.
same DNA that they tested.
Is that a little disappointing for you?
Very.
Not everyone was disappointed in the results. The Ancestry DNA test used by the New Jersey triplets showed that they were almost identical. It says their roots are largely from Great Britain. In fact, their Italian and Greek ancestry is exact.
Truly at heart, we will always be all Italian. Yeah.
Cheers! And as for the Python quadruplets,
I know there's something.
not only do they sing in unison, but their results were almost identical, not the variations seen in the triplets. Their test from 23andMe showed they were 49% European and 46% West African.
That's really cool. Now we know where we're from.
Yeah.
What is your takeaway from these tests?
We're not to a place yet where you can just spit in a cup and have every single answer that you're looking for. I think that's what people need to be aware of.
Since our test, Family Tree DNA says they've improved their algorithm and they'll be implementing the new method in the next several weeks. 23andMe said the results they feature on their website have a 50% confidence level, but if a customer chooses a higher level of confidence, the results will be more generic.
Exactly. And at the end, it answers the whole damn video. 50% confidence level for the regular base test, right? And that's for your autosomal. That's all it's talking about. This whole video is talking about your autosomal admixture, how accurate they could get it. That's it. Has nothing to do with haplogroups. Why y'all didn't show that the twin? What y'all need to do is find 3 twins that have different haplogroups. That's what you should try to find. That would be more on point, right? Y'all not even on point. But let's talk about twins, triplets, quadruplets, because it all applies. That's just go ahead and get rid of this damn myth. It's a layman myth, right? Here's the issue. This is live science. Identical twins don't share 100% of their DNA. This is a myth. People think that identical twins should always be 100% the same. That is not true. And it's going to explain why. It says here, identical twins form from the same egg and get the same genetic material from their parents. But that doesn't mean they are genetically identical by the time they are born. Boom. That doesn't mean they are genetically identical by the time they are born. That's because so-called identical twins pick up genetic mutations in the womb as their cells weave new strands of DNA and then split into more and more cells. On average, pairs of twins have genomes that differ by an average of 5.2 mutations that occur early in development, according to a new study. One particularly surprising observation is that in many twin pairs, some mutations are carried by nearly all cells in one twin, but completely absent in the other. YASHAR-YA'OH, an assistant professor of genetics at the University of Pennsylvania who was not involved in research, said in an email. The study author estimates that in about 15% of identical twin pairs, one twin carries a substantial number of mutations that the other does not share. That can be up to about 10 to 15 mutations, said senior author Carrie Stephenson, CEO of Decode Genetics, a subsidiary of the biopharmaceutical company Amgen that studies the human genome. The study did not specify where in the genome these mutations occur, or if they mostly crop up in genes that code for specific kinds of proteins. This could be an area of future research, Stephenson said. Twinning occurs when a single fertilized egg, called a zygote, splits up and gives rise to two separate embryos. This typically occurs between 1 and 7 days after fertilization, Stephenson said, although in rare cases, twinning can occur between day 8 and 13. The latter the split occurs, the more cells will have accumulated when the twins separate. So when one twin has many mutations that the other doesn't, it's possible that the siblings may have split from each other extremely early in development, soon after their shared egg first divided into two separate cells, YA'OH said. Alternatively, the egg may have split after a dozen or so cells accumulated, but that cluster of cells didn't divide evenly between them. Instead, one twin, i.e. one half of the zygote, may have snapped a clump of cells that mostly stemmed from the parent cell and therefore carried common mutations, while the other twin got a clump of cells lacking those mutations, she said. Some of them are probably inconsequential, and some of them may lead to diseases, Stephenson said. In twin studies, which scientists use to explore whether genetics of the environmental factors hold more influence over a given trait, we will have to account for the influence of these mutations, he said. The new study published January 7th in the journal Nature Genetics offered this unique snapshot into early development because the authors did some clever detective work using DNA from 3 generations of people. These individuals included 387 pairs of identical twins and 2 sets of triplets, as well as their parents, spouses, and children. The triplets were also monozygotic, meaning split from the same egg. By sequencing whole genomes from all these family members, the team could track which mutation appeared in which twins, and which of those mutations were then passed down to the twins' offspring. If a mutation passed down through multiple generations, that indicates that it's a germline mutation, one that separates an egg, sperm, and their precursors. If the same mutation also appears in the somatic non-reproductive cells of the parent, the mutation likely appeared during their early development, the authors note. That's because in the first few weeks after fertilization, no cells have been slated to become germ cells yet. So all cells can inherit the same mutations. After cells differentiate into germ and somatic cells, new mutations that occur in the somatic cells won't get passed to the person's children, while new mutations to the germ cells would, according to the National Cancer Institute. So if such a mutation is found in both twins' blood and transmitted to their offspring, this mutation occurred during their early development, when all cells were closely related, YA'OH said. In addition to tracking mutations between generations, the authors looked for mutations that were shared with a set of twins but not present uniformly in all their cells. This phenomenon, known as mosaicism, indicates that the mutation occurred after fertilization of the egg, but before the egg split apart, since both siblings carried the quirk, YA'OH said. Using both these methods, the team was able to pinpoint which mutations popped up in this narrow window of early development and how often one twin had a mutation that the other didn't. In short, one can't assume that identical twins, here's the point, here's the boom. One can't assume that identical twins share identical DNA, they found. You can't just make that assumption just because they're twins. You can't. This is what the up-to-date research is. And the video that you showed does not even cast doubt on haplogroups. Like, you guys are losing all the way around. There's no way around it, man. It's done, man. You just accept your lineage. One limitation of the study is that the authors collected DNA from cheek swabs and blood samples, but they gathered no DNA from, say, sperm or eggs, YA'OH said. If more tissues are sequenced, the authors will likely identify more embryonic mutations and be better able to pinpoint those mutations to certain developmental stage based on the frequencies in different tissues, she noted. Additionally, the authors noted that they didn't know which twins shared amniotic sac, placenta, or chorion, the membrane that gives rise to the fetal part of the placenta. With that information, they could determine whether sharing these structures is at all related to the number of timing of genetic mutations in early development. For now, the takeaways from the current study is that scientists should not assume that identical twins share 100% identical DNA. Such assumptions could lead them to overestimate the influence of the environment, when in reality, a genetic mutation may be the source of a given disease or trait, Stephenson said. However, such genomic differences between identical twins are still very rare, on the order of a few differences in 6 billion base pairs, with base pairs being building blocks of DNA, YA'OH said. It's unclear how many of these small mutations will result in a functional change that alters how the cells work. In general, I doubt these differences will have appreciable contributions to phenotypic or observable differences in twin studies. She added. All right, so that's the paper. Again, here's the before I get swarmed by bots again. Here's the title of this paper: Identical twins don't share 100% of their DNA. And the article's from Life Science by Nicoletta Lanice, January 7, 2021. All right, man. Anything else you wanted to throw out there, Avery?
No, I'm good. That was everything. That was everything.
Right. Talk about a failed attempt, man.
Yeah, very bad. And posted that 2 days ago thinking, yeah, we got them. Oh, man. I almost feel bad, but I don't.
Look, man, education always gonna, shine brighter than you guys, man. Because at the end of the day, let me show you guys this one more gain. Let me show you guys this. This it right here? Right here. A scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents. We're not trying to convince Gorilla Hebrew and Teotw. We're not trying to do that. That's not our purpose, right? We're not trying to convince the BHI coats that are afraid of DNA tests, right? We're not trying to convince them. It's not about convincing at all. A scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. So our purpose is to put the information out there so we can get a new class, a new breed of people to be familiar with the science, familiar with how this stuff works, familiar with why and mtDNA, how to trace your ancestry properly. Why is this important? Because we're going around claiming to be this population or that population. Well, the mechanism to prove these things out and create models with would be your sex chromosomes, your haplogroups. All right. So we're trying to get as many people familiar with this information that we can. Right. And eventually, All these people and their doctrines are going to die out. All right. Let me see. Let me look at the comments before we get out of here. Let me see if there's anything in here worth noting. Let's see. Yeah, shout out to Abu indeed, Shari. Abu will be putting in that work. All right, so I read that. Yeah, Real Ruger, they trying to save face, man. They trying to save face. They tried to use Rajiv Khan, but that didn't work. We read his works today, and he pretty much diametrically opposes what they say. Yeah, okay. I see the Zappa's having fun in the comments. See if he said anything.
Do you know who that is, by the way?
No, I don't know. I have no idea. Probably Jacob Israel.
Yeah. Well, now he's pushing the E mark. E1B1B. Not
Oh, yeah.
E1B1A, but yeah.
We rock with that too. That's plausible. No one's disagreeing that. That could very well be the case.
Yeah, if it was Jacob Israel, who'd be saying, "It's Jay. No, it's Jay."
Yeah. Amir, you're on point. I think I read that earlier. Exactly, bro. Based off of this work by Rajiv Khan and work I came across by geneticists, autosomal DNA isn't the way to go to look for Jacob as an ancestor. Big facts. He says, premise one, if autosomal DNA is a way to look for Jacob, then autosomal DNA is better than Y DNA. Premise two, autosomal DNA is not better than Y DNA. Conclusion, autosomal DNA isn't the way to look for Jacob. Shalom to my brother YASHAR-YA'OH. Zappa, modern population density doesn't tell you where people were thousands of years ago. People, you always try to make that mistake. But if you read genetic, I could pull a geneticist book right now that'll tell you population density doesn't really reflect on origin. Because people can move, migrate, war, pillage, whatever, you know. Let's see. That's why you said this, except recent events that happened a few hundred years ago, because you understand that a lot of Western Central Africans were pretty much transported to the Americas. That pretty much crushes your logic. Let's see here. I can already see how such an interaction would unfold. Teo and Yakoba would attack a straw man and spew word salad, and Yashub and Ivry would call them on it. Then Yakoba goes ape shit. Let's see.
Maybe tomorrow we can address that one video that Teo and them did not so long ago. Remember one where they talked about us in the beginning and sort of towards the end?
Yeah, I was gonna cover that tonight, but it's gonna get too late, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'll probably do it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. It'd be pretty
Premise 3: if Y DNA is greater than autosomal DNA, then Teo are sophist. Premise 4: Y DNA is greater than autosomal DNA. Conclusion: Teo are sophist. Let's see. Yes, Jewish DNA does have E1B1A, particularly the Sephardics. You have E1B1A found amongst the Turkish Sephardic Jews as well. We published plenty of papers on that. We talked about that on the shows prior. We showed the evidence for that. You go to JewishDNA.net, you see E1B1A clades amongst Jews. You can go to the Jewish E Project on Family Tree DNA. You're going to see E1B1A amongst those Jews. You go to Sephardic Jews of Dominican Republic, you're going to see EM2 amongst them. Like you can see that there's EM2 amongst Portuguese Jews, EM2 amongst where's Steve from, Ivry? I keep forgetting. It starts with an L.
Oh, he's from Lithuania.
Yeah, Lithuania. Yeah. Let's see.
But you know what Shlomo's? Oh, Shlomo.
Well, actually, Sapa, you can find ancient E1B B1A subclades in Sardinia, not Sardinia, Corsica, which is an island right outside
You
of
could put the link in if he wants to talk.
Italy. You can find ancient. We've done plenty of shows on this. E1B1A found in the BMAC culture. E1B1A found in our ancient Iran. E1B1A found in Mesolithic France. So yeah, you see E1B1A. You see it in older than you do in Africa. A lot of our ancient DNA we find with E1B1A in Africa is actually common era. You said, I just think ancient samples are our best way to determine the presence of haplogroups. Well, yeah, I just gave you examples, Corsica and whatnot. Zappa says, from what I've read, it's CT and R1B and R1B1B and Natufian samples, and mostly J and bronze at each Levant. And I have yet to see R1B1A in any ancient. I've never seen R1B in Natufian samples.
You might be talking about MT. I think MTR, but not Y. Definitely not Y.
Yeah, R1B is not in Natufian samples, and CT is a placeholder. And they recently just updated it. Those two CTs were actually E1B1B samples.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Amir says, one of the important things of having a healthy community is policing falsehood and misinformation. Teotw and associates who participate in such are examples of why communities do such. Exactly. We got to have somebody to clean the filth from the community. Let's see what else. Ruth said, how low we have fallen using TikTok as a source. Yeah, I guess so, YASHAR-YA'OH. I guess. So Ashkenazis are frogs? I guess so. TikTok University. Mari says Origin DNA does not do ancestry tests. They test health only. And then, in that article, the main concerns was about health, not ancestry. Let's see. I can't believe this, Ninja. Fanatics. DNA is unreliable. Me. How do you know your child is biologically yours and you weren't cuckolded? Fanatics. Crickets. Right. Zappa claims he only sees E1B1B in Jewish populations. Well, I mean, you're not looking at go to jewishdna.net. No one's denying E1B1B in Jewish populations, but there are E1B1A Jews out there. Yeah, that's true. 1619 isn't when slavery started. That's when it started in the colonies, but that is not when it started. The transatlantic slave trade started earlier than that.
Don't even forget about the Trans-Saharan. That was long
Right.
before the Europeans got involved. Arabs.
Facts from all Yahoo. See, you, your antennas was up, man. Says the whole time this video wasn't talking about haplogroups. Autosome percentage are not like haplogroups, dummies. Exactly. Yes, identical twins do not have 100% identical DNA. That is a fact. Can't just assume that. The lizard didn't even have to spit. Admixture percentages are estimates. Every company will tell you that. Yep, like that. It says at the end of the video they have a 50% confidence rate on that. So the video answered itself. Like all that stuff's like public information. You just go to 23andMe website and they tell you this. Yeah, they definitely poisoning the well. Lying for followers, lying to keep their followers. Nah, they don't want to get in the ring, man. The offer's out there though.
What we're gonna have to start doing is paying people.
He says Gorilla Hebrew trying to keep his congregation together so he don't lose any money coming in. So he pulls up all these DNA to media, cover his own DNA mishap. All you gotta do is just own up to it and change his doctrine. He'll be fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with being Western European. I keep saying it. So stop being racist, though, man. Like you look like a hypocrite. You descend from white people, man. White Western Europeans, pasty, chalky, white Western European.
That's immature, your shoe.
Say they don't want their Candyland world to be demolished. Yeah, exactly. They took out the same, they both did 23andMe, I believe, or Ancestry, and the other did 23andMe. They weren't the same. Yeah, Teotw doctrine does go against what they say, yeah. And Kelly goes against Teotw. Kelly pretty much told you DNA is important. They saying DNA isn't important. Like, y'all done for.
Confusion.
Y'all done for, man. All right, so the bot came back in. Mari, you are not the sons of Israel. They're the sons of Ragnarok, man. They going to wait till the video end to comment while crying. Yeah, they always do. They go come here. Why are you talking about my pastor? Why are you talking about my pastor? Yeah, they definitely trying to implement damage control, Amir.
It ain't gonna save them.
Let's see. Candyland Israelites, you're not gang over everything. Nah, I mean, I think he'd be all right if he reformed his doctrine. If they really rock with him, I think a lot of people, some people may leave, but I think his core is still going to have his back no matter what.
When you say reform their doctrine, in what way?
Reform your doctrine where you stop focusing on going out there saying Esau's the devil and claiming all white people are Esau and condemning all white people and having this skin color doctrine and getting rid of this 12 tribes chart that isn't does not comport with the evidence. Some of those things, quick keynotes right there. He's gonna have to remove that, and if he just want to be a practitioner, just focus on being a practitioner. I don't know what any of that other stuff has to do with practicing ancient Israelite law. Like, what does that have to do with the Sabbath? What does that have to do with Passover? You have to fist fighting. There's video footage of them fist fighting white folks.
Damn,
like, you're gonna have to you're gonna just truncate all of that and just focus on just being a practitioner and teaching that. And you'll be good,
That's too boring.
That's too boring, huh?
Yeah.
No one readily dismissed JP58 like that. But what we do say is they're most likely the JP58 is most likely not Jacob, but they were actually Israelites. So what we mean by that is they amalgamated with the actual native-born Israelites.
Yeah, you gotta clarify with these people.
Yeah. So they became one with the Israelite nation, just like many other groups did. The scriptures say that they came out of Egypt as a mixed multitude. So these are multiple haplogroups that they left out of Egypt with. It wasn't just one pure anything. All right. And JP58 obviously amalgamated with that stock. Dorvale says he is not supposed to lead if he is a stranger. I mean, I don't know about all that, but what I will say is this. Knowing that you have that background, knowing that you have that ancestry, it should behoove you to, kind of dial back on some of these racist overtones you have. And just focus, like I said, focus on being a practitioner, focus on teaching other people how to be a practitioner. That's all. All right, man. Any closing statements, man, before we end here? I think I'm at the end of it.
No, I don't got anything.
Yeah, Zappa, there's plenty of videos on this channel and on Ivri's channel, the Hebrew Israel, discussing the lineages of Jay and their origin, and we know where they go back to. These people are trans-Caucasian people, and At the onset, they were not Afro-Asiatic speakers, didn't have Afro-Asiatic culture. They came down and absorbed and adopted that culture. And that's what all of the major, even Razib Khan said it, all the major genetic papers bring out. All right, Moore, I'll let you come in here, man. Moore's going to take over the show, y'all. I'm going to bed.
All right.
I'm getting out of here. We covered what we had to cover. We discussed the little 6-minute hit piece they did on DNA, Sakari, smashed that, put that in the trash, and then we dealt with Teo's pseudo claims that what am I saying? Oh, Teo's claims
Dang, you
Razib
do need to go
Khan.
to bed.
Yeah, I'm tired, bro. I've been working all day. I got off at like 8. So, but anyway, Razib Khan, the claim that Razib Khan agrees with their position on this crazy, fanatical, autosomal DNA ancestry stuff, claiming that you're 50% like Jacob. Get the hell out of here.
Bro.
The Zappa says, but based on the info, isn't it more likely that Jacob is J rather than E1B1A? Jacob being E1B1B makes sense. I agree with you. If Jacob was E1B1B, that would be logical. But he said, "Would it does
I'll
it
put
make?"
E1B way over J though. Way over J.
Yeah, I put E1B1B over J. I put E1B1A over J because E1B1A obviously had a ancient presence there as well. That's why you have Bantus with the Bronze Age like component.
Zepper, are you slow-mo? No, I'm playing. I'm playing.
Yeah,
I'm playing.
Well, I think E1B1A. Hey, Dorvale said, if you kiss a lizard on the mouth, cross contamination will happen. And even I can show you what this geneticist says here. He's actually a Sudanese geneticist.
Oh, a black one. Interesting.
Kindle.
These BHR make you think black geneticists don't exist.
Come on, man. When my Kindle fire up, I'll show. It's a source we've shown before. It's nothing new.
I know Eso Kita.
Yeah, we know
he's actually one of the guys.
We know E1B1A was in the region. Like I gave you a ton of reference points earlier, but Ramesses III is right there. I mean, he's literally right there in the Near East. That's E1B1A. So some people like, oh, E1B1A was not nowhere. No, it was there. You understand? You guys be making these layman mistakes. Watch this. Let me go to, which is fine. That's why you come to this channel, so you can learn, right? I presume you guys are coming here to get source data, right? Source material. Unless you have some kind of agenda or something, then that's on you. But like I said, if you disagree, the best way to disagree with us is in the ring. Debate us. Just debate us on it. All right. I see you more. Give me a minute. I'm trying to pull this book up real quick. Just give me 1 minute, man. I just need to grab this book real quick. Oh my!
Didn't you explain to the Zappa that E1B1A was found in the BMAC culture in Corsica, Spain? I mean, it was clearly not in sub-Saharan Africa this whole time. So where does he think it was?
If we're going off ancient haplogroups, like the evidence is all outside of where you think they originated from, you know, or what some people think. Put it like that, you know. Where's my book at, man? I'm looking at my Kindle right now. I'm like, where is this damn book? I've shared it before. It's
over a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm sleepy, y'all. There it is, right there. As soon as you said it, it's a book by Mahmoud Taser, and he talks about Semitic languages, Proto-Semitic speakers. Eva, you see me bring this out. Let me bring more up here. While I pull this up, let him say his piece. What's going on, more?
Shalom, fam. Shalom, fam. What's good?
Shalom,
Shalom.
man.
Yamnai gang over everything. You know what it is.
Shout out to the Yamnaya. Shout out to Gorilla Hebrew, man. Ain't no hate. It just is what it is. Shout out to my brother. My brother from another father. My brother from another father.
Probably another mother too.
Yeah, he didn't show his maternal. He didn't even say what. Well, he did say L. So maybe we share the same mother. I don't know, man. TBD, man.
You know it's not L, fam.
He said it was L, but like we discussed.
He said, "I think it's L." Like he said it like that, bro. You know it's
Bro,
not
like
L. Fam.
you just imitate that dude to the T.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what Gorilla Hebrew get a pass to me because when he starts talking about, he don't know. Like, he's like, yeah, R1. You know what I'm saying? Originates in Sudan. Like, he don't know what he's talking about, right? So, like, that's what I like when I made that video. I was like, you know what? I think he saw that, like, he got caught up on the mutation council. Like, yeah, I can see where it starts at L and then go. You know what I'm saying? It ends up in like it's probably gonna be H. You know what I'm saying? So he probably saw that he had mutations, mitochondrial mutations that go back to L, but like. Yeah, that's not what that is.
Yeah, man.
Quick question. Did y'all cover like so? Something that the twins say all the time is that they. I heard them say this the other day that they base your haplogroup off of autosomal, or I mean that your haplogroup off of an algorithm, and I was like, huh. I was like, I thought they based your haplogroup off your mutation, and they base your autosomal off of algorithm. So, what's your guys' understanding of that?
No, they base your autosomal off of algorithms. They base your haplogroup based off of the SNPs. All the websites tell you that off your defining SNP.
So would that be why they have like a 50% like confidence rating on the different websites, or why you can give multiple different websites your DNA and they give you different autosomal breakdowns?
That's precisely why.
100%.
Exactly.
I was just about to say that. Yep.
But if I take the same haplogroup test with a bunch of different joints, I'm gonna get the same haplogroup because my mutations are my mutations based upon their STR count.
Yes,
Yep,
yes.
it'll
And
just be
to
defined.
prove this, like they can do an experiment with their children. If they have any male children, and they're twins, so they should both have the same haplogroup, and I'm pretty sure they do. If we can just prove it with those two, y'all both got the same haplogroup. Come on, stop playing, man. Y'all two different individuals, come from the same father. Y'all twins, y'all got the same haplogroup. But go test your children.
Now, for to ask Brian, like, so Brian, do you expect your child not to look like you? Here's what I need to know: do you expect your son not to have your haplogroup?
If he's your son, he received a copy of it.
That's a good question.
See, sex chromosomes don't work like autosomes. Autosomes get all mixed up and jarbled together, right? Through meiosis. Y chromosome, the mtDNA don't do that. You get a direct copy, right? Unless a mutation accumulates and arises in your son's genes, that doesn't happen. It's going to be just like yours. No way around it. But here's that source. Watch this. So this is I have to look for this thing, man. This is how do I get this off here to make it bigger? I forgot, man. I can't think right now. But this is the genetics of African populations and health and disease by Ibrahim Muntaser. If you look up Muntaser, I used to know how to move this box out the way. He's a Sudanese geneticist, right? And this is a good book if you want to dive a little deeper into African genetics. But before you go into these books, at least get the Family Tree Guide on DNA book or Matasu's DNA for archaeology to get the basics first. But anyway, in this book, responding to Zappa, it says, for example, Underhill et al. 2000 states that the V38/M35 lineage. Now we know V38 is E1B1A and M35 is E1B1B, right? Was carried into the Near East from Africa in the Mesolithic. That's the middle stone. Meso meaning middle, lithic stone, right? This V38/M35 in Africa corresponds to the 49AFV. It is far more likely that pre-Proto-Semitic speakers went into the Near East at this time, where Semitic languages have long since dominated. So, according to this source, and he's quoting Underhill, you had these E markers that potentially are precursors to V38 and M35, which is E1B1, that is responsible for being the pre-Proto-Semitic speakers. Right? And then he doesn't stop there. He says, but the predominant haplotypes in most Semitic-speaking populations are variant 7 and 8. Is, your J markers or whatnot. And the 49AF, I believe this is R, but I don't remember. I think this R system, which are equivalent to the M89 associated lineages, but they're all descendants of FM89. The most parsimonious explanation is that ancestral Semitic was adopted by those bearing haplotypes 7 and 8. Ancestral Semitic was adopted by these people. These are your J markers. These are your people that mostly speak it today. They actually adopted the language from people that were E1B1, E1B1A, E1B1B, according to Underhill and according to the Sudanese geneticists. All right. All right, more. Oh, we got Garfield in the building. What's going on, Garfield? But anyway, more. What did you want to share with the people? Oh, brother Moore not here. I guess he gone. Avery, anything?
No, I got anything.
Garfield, come earlier next time, man.
He knew you were sleepy. He was like, "Gonna come on when you sleep."
He said, brother said, I hate DNA because of you. Shoot, what I do, man? What I do, brother? Come on, man. Hey, Dora L, are you E1A? I'll do a whole show on E1A if you reveal that you E1A right now. I do a whole little segment on my I do a whole little piece on him. Let me see if this brother, let me find out this brother E1A.
Shoot, you probably wouldn't want to do it.
Oh, yeah, he is E1A. All right, man. Send me that, man. Send me that, man. I'll do a little research. I think more is E1A.
Who's E1A?
Dorvell.
Yeah, I'm E1A too. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man. They said that y'all choose science over God. Y'all choose Esau's DNA over the Most High's word. So what that shows is you guys are narcissists because in your own head you are the Most High. Because we're going against your preconceived notions. So if we're going against your preconceived notions, I guess that means we're going against the Most High. We got the Zappa in the building.
Wait, that's Zappa?
Yeah, he just popped up. He just materialized. What's going on, Zappa? Are you there? Zappa. I guess you don't know how to use StreamYard, brothers.
Is he on his phone or computer?
He got excited. Is he there? I'm gonna let Eve spar with you. I'm just gonna mute my mic and rest my eyes a little bit
until Garfield jump on too, and then you're gonna have to wake right back on up.
Nah, y'all got it, man. Zappa.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey guys.
He sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'm Adam from Clubhouse. You guys know me.
Okay.
I've talked to you before. Yeah.
Oh, is this Adam K?
You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you have a different name on YouTube, or do you have two accounts?
I got two accounts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just yeah, I was just because I was trying to figure out just this connection to E1B1A and Bronze Age Levant. Because it seems to me, it seems like a bit of a stretch. Merez was saying that because there's E1B1 in like Natufian samples, that there could have been a back mutation or a mutation to E1B1A from a descendant of E1B1. But my understanding is E1B1A is about 50,000 years old, and its origins is theorized to be Central or East Africa, and that it's predominantly found in West Africa today, and that there was a small migration through North Africa into Southern Europe. But that if Jacob was E1B1B, then he wouldn't be, that his descendants would be E1B1B or subclades of that, not E1B1A.
We agree with you. If he was E1B1B, then his descendants would have to be subclades of downstream markers of that. But I think what you misunderstood is that E1B1, a downstream marker of E1B1, could either be E1B1A or E1B. And I think your issue with it is the time depth. But if you have someone that has E1B1, even today, his son could potentially get the V38 mutation. It's possible. It's plausible. You don't need tens of thousands of years for that to happen.
Wouldn't it be a different subclade, like a different, it would be just like or would it be a basal E1B1A mutation?
Yeah, it will be a basal V38, the V38 mutation accumulating on top of the P2.
Okay.
So it's plausible. Do we got 100% concrete facts on that? No, it's a hypothesis, and mutations can arise quickly. It's called rapid adaptive radiation.
Yeah, okay, but because we don't have any, like, again, samples for Bronze Age Levant are, we don't. I know you were referencing some other samples in other parts, but I mean, if we're to use that logic, then we could say a lot of other haplogroups that are even closer geographically with ancient samples could be present there.
No, we're not saying there is an ancient E1B1A sample in the Levant. At least, well, we don't know if it's sequenced, right? We know that. But what we're saying is it's plausible that E1B1A was there for several reasons. The Levantine corridor was traveled by, of course, E1B1B, right? We understand that, and E1B1.
Yes.
And we see variants to the north with E1B1A, like in the BMAC, which is around Turkmenistan, basically Central Asia, right outside of Iran. And then you find it, like I said, in Corsica, which they said accompanied EV13 during the Pan-Mediterranean expansion.
Right.
And that expansion starts in North Africa and makes its way through the Levant. So logically, a logical deduction would be like they spent some time in the Levant or around that area region.
But like there was also a claim being made, not by you guys, but in the chat, that CT doesn't exist.
No. CT is hypothetical.
Okay, so the two Natufian samples of Neolithic samples of CT, that's just it's a haplogroup that isn't otherwise defined, and so they call it CT.
Yeah. So like, what of the earliest mutation? It doesn't mean it doesn't exist or can't exist. It probably did, but we don't have a actual sample with CT. So a lot of times when you see that published, Hey, Amir, I let you on. I guess you didn't want to say nothing, but anyway, a lot of times we said publish is more so like a placeholder, and they actually just updated that. Those two CT samples actually came back as E1 downstream markers E1B1B.
Okay.
But that's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
the same as saying CT doesn't exist.
Sorry.
That's not the same thing as saying CT doesn't exist.
Right, because there would have had to have been like a predecessor for the DE and was it HJ?
CF.
Or sorry, CF. Yeah. Yeah, there would
That's
have had
another thing too. Like DE comes from Eurasian atom, which is CTM168, I think it is.
I thought E was or DE was considered East African in origin.
Yeah, you got people that theorize that. That's true. But it comes from CTM168. Is it M168 that is dubbed Eurasian atom?
Right, but that could have been that could have been but that's not DE. Right. I think the consensus is that DE is still in Africa, just East Africa, Northeast Africa.
There's no consensus on it. There's two research parties. One research party has the African origin of DE. The other research party, they're both independent research groups that don't deal with each other in that regard. One says African, the other says Eurasian, which I'm in favor of the Himalayan bifurcation point.
But wouldn't that mean that there would be likely, if there was a Eurasian DE origin and then there was a back migration of DE or E into Africa, wouldn't E markers have Neanderthal?
They do.
I thought they didn't. I thought it was there's other archaic humanoids, but not Neanderthal.
That's an excellent question, because there's a paper that recently came out in 2020 that deals with that basal Eurasian back migration, where Eurasian alleles was carried into populations in Africa, even West Africa, Yoruba and all that type of stuff, and Luya.
Oh, okay. So there is Neanderthal there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's why I ask you guys the questions, because you're up to date. I think that must have been some older information.
Yeah, this paper just came out, I think, like 2020, something like that.
Okay.
Or 2021, something wrong.
Great, and those are old samples too. Like it couldn't have been some sort of admixture at some later point that introduced the Neanderthal.
Yeah, this is supposed to have happened like 60, 70,000 years ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they didn't get that from Europeans. They're saying that those variants came in 70,000 years ago. Like, very old, very, very old.
Were there even Europeans 70,000 years ago?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because I think
the Europeans
is it G that was the first sort of wave into Europe, something like that.
No, it was C. It was
C.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cro-Magnon man had C.
And then that same branch of C split off, and they went all the way down to Australia like 50,000 years ago.
Right. Yeah, they're finding the archaic stuff. There's all sorts of new things coming in, like the red deer skull that was found in southern China. They had expected it to be Denisovan, but then they found it was actually really like a really old or original Homo sapiens sapien. And there's shared DNA with this sample and Native Americans. And then there's David Reich saying, half jokingly, that all non-Africans may be Neanderthals with 98% Homo sapiens sapien admixture rather than the other way around. But I guess that would also include sub-Saharan Africans if they have Neanderthal, perhaps.
Yeah, but sub-Saharan Africans is old variants,
Yeah. except
But
for
it,
EN2.
if I remember correctly, I think it depends on how deep the migration of Neanderthal was in Africa. So, I read it a while back, so I don't know all the full details, but it depends on how far back into Africa that they went. But yeah,
Or is it the Neanderthal migration into Africa, or is it back migrations into Africa of Homo sapiens?
It's back migration. So,
Yeah.
Avery, you got that paper real quick? We won't spend too much time on it because
The one with the basal Eurasian.
No, not it's the one that it cites, the 70,000-year-old paper.
Yeah, let me
when the introgression came in about the back migration. If you can pull it up real quick, I'll try to pull it up here. I know I have it somewhere.
Give me a second here. Let me.
I found it. So this paper here, ancient admixture into African populations. I mean, excuse me, ancient admixture into Africa from the ancestors of non-Africans.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, you can see Christopher B. Cole and others contributed to this paper. And it says genetic diversity across human populations has been shaped by demographic history, making it possible to infer past demographic events from extreme genomes. However, demographic inferences in the ancient past is difficult, particularly around the Outer Africa event in the late Middle Paleolithic, a period of profound importance to our species history. Here we present SMC, a Bayesian method for inference of time-varying population size and directional migration rates under the correlations with recombination model to study ancient demographic events. We find evidence for substantial migrations from ancestors of present-day Eurasians into African groups between 40 and 70,000 years ago, predating the diversion of Eastern and Western Eurasian lineages. This event accounts for previously unexplained genetic diversity in African populations and supports the existence of novel population substructure in the late Middle Paleolithic. Our results indicate that our species demographic history around the Outer Africa event is more complex than previously appreciated. So I'm not going to read this entire paper to you. But get this paper and read this, and then Avery, get the summation for me.
Yeah, I can get the summation, but also Razi Khan actually has an article on it. I'll post it in the chat, but it's pretty good as well. But Razi Khan talked about it too. Can you pull it up? You shoot.
Yeah, hold on. So right here it says substantial migration from Eurasians to African ancestors. We use SMC to analyze pairs of individuals from the SGDP and simultaneously infer migration rates and effective population sizes under a two-island model with directional migration. Population sizes and migration rates are modeled as piecewise constant across 32 exponentially spaced epochs from 133 to 133,016 generations in the past, corresponding to the 3.8 thousand to 3.8 million years ago. Using a generation time, 29 years, we find that the method infers high rates of migration from descendants of the Outer Africa event, non-Africans, to Africans, but not in the opposite direction. In the period of 30 to 70,000 years ago, corresponding to the late Middle Paleolithic, in populations from the Niger Cordofan, so this would be like Western Central Africans, right? And Nilo-Saharan language groups comprising the majority of the population on the African continent. The peak inferred migration rate from Eurasian populations and units of proportion of the target ancestral African population replaced per generation most frequently falls in epochs spanning 35 to 45,000 years ago, while peak migration rates in opposite direction are substantially lower. They occur earlier in epochs spanning 55 to 70,000 years ago. Population population of Afro-Asiatic language groups show evidence of large amounts of directional migration in the Holocene, which is consistent with previous findings, relatively recent European integration into the populations. So if you read this paper, it goes into the ancient paper, the ancient groups or whatnot. Again, this is old stuff, 70,000 years ago. And why is that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say is, why is that important? Because 70,000 years ago is when haplogroup DE hits the scene.
Right. So DE being a Eurasian source back migrated into Africa. Gotcha.
Right.
And then the back to the R1 B1A. The idea is that one of these R1Bs mutated into R1B1A, like R1B1 Natufians mutated into an R1B1A, and then there was quick mutations, and so the subclades that derived from this event, and they migrated into Africa, East Africa, and then were part of the Bantu expansion into West Africa. And then the subclades of R1B1A you find in origin in West Africa are actually Middle Easterns. They're like Levant people who migrated over to West Africa.
Oh, you mean like VA8, R1B VA8?
No, sorry, E1. Sorry, I keep on mixing that up. I mean E1. So like the E1B1 Natufian had offspring that mutated into E1B1A, and then some of those E1B1A were there for Jacob, and then they left in the time of Jacob into Africa, into East Africa, and then were associated with the Bantu expansion into West Africa, and then the people who have, let's say, an E1B1A subclade from 4,000 years ago that is part of that migration, rather than it being E1B1A not associated with Levant but in Africa and just was part of the Bantu expansion that way.
I think, of course, I'm going to say I think that E1B1A did play a role in the Levant and then migrated back into Africa, but I could obviously be wrong. So that's my stance on it. But I think it's likely that did happen. Could E1B1A just be a subclade that just dealt in Western Central Africa? Very plausible. But okay. I hypothesize the former.
But you can see how that doesn't seem probable, especially when you look at the lack of E1B1A samples in the Levant, like Natufian or Bronze Age, and the present distribution of that in West and Central Africa, and generally absent elsewhere.
No, it's not absent elsewhere, but I get what you're saying.
Generally, I mean, it's like overwhelmingly,
If you go off haplogroups being in the Levant, yeah, it's like less likely. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, because there's like other haplogroups that would have been around at the time of Jacob who are geographically much closer to the Levant.
Yeah, so even in that
ancient,
scenario,
both ancient and modern.
Right. If you truncate E1B1A, let's say we eliminate E1B1A, I think the best candidate will be E1B1B.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes based on the evidence, that makes the most sense.
If we're only putting a micro lens on the Levant, then yeah, I'll be like E1B1B.
Yeah, but I mean, with the Natufians through to Jacob, that's the area where that's in question if we're talking about the descent of Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from that standpoint, you say, okay, until I see E1B1A found there in an ancient sample, I can see that. I get your point. But other than
I
that,
would still say it's from Shem though, in the larger scope of things.
yeah, the macro argument, all of them will be Shem because they share common paternal ancestry. If the Bible be true, right, and the narrative is true, Jacob existed, his forefathers existed, and he ultimately descends from Shem. All of them will have to share the same macro haplogroup.
Right, like E, yeah, or DE.
Yeah.
Right. But isn't descent of Jacob specifically the foundation paternally, at least, as to whether one is an Israelite by lineage?
Yes, but
Okay.
a natural born Israelite, you have to come from the loins of Jacob.
Right, paternal lineage. But we also can't leave out the Exodus event because, of course, we know according to the narrative, 70 people. Some people say 75, but 70 people of Joseph's family entered Egypt, and then after the Exodus, like a couple of million left out. And then there's mention of a mixed multitude, which would have included, Nile Valley Africans, Egyptians, Nubians, etc. Since those were the people in the narrative that they mixed with, like Moses getting with the Ethiopian woman and Joseph having getting with an Egyptian woman, stuff like that. You would have had people of various haplogroups, and you can even throw in E1B1A there at the start of that proto-Israelite stock and genome, especially since after they received the law at Mount Sinai. That's really when they became the Israelites, when they were known as Israels after they received the law. So you would have had different groups there at that time,
And
which
what
can include E1B1A.
And what time was that at? That's
I'd place the Exodus around the time of the late Bronze Age, so that'll be like 1446 BC.
Right.
Tutmosis the third will be the pharaoh.
And when, because I know that there's a suggestion that the R1B V88 is migrating through the Middle East. I just don't I think that could be in that time as well, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it was a mixed match.
R1B, E, and J will be among the Israelite population, and maybe some T as well. And I believe E1B1A would definitely be part of that stock as well.
All right, Adam.
Could we just say that they haven't dug up it yet? They just haven't, they don't test everything and test everybody. So just because you haven't found it yet doesn't mean that those people weren't there. And we're thinking of groups. Only a couple of people may have went there. We tend to think of large populations migrating to areas, which is not necessarily the case. You can have 2 or 3, 4, 10, at different times, just like your family today. That's why I say we have to look at how people act today is no different than they would have acted then. Some people can't stand their family members and they move away from the city. That same thing would have happened then. They can't stand their family. They move away from them. They go and merge with a whole different group of people. They may have had daughters. They didn't have sons.
Right. That's why I was telling them, like, if you just look at the micro argument and say, okay, we don't find specimens there, fine. But there's other ways to argue it. And like I say, is the thing about the Bantus, again, also they have that Bronze Age. They have that Bronze Age DNA component, Levant Bronze Age DNA component within them. Also, how else do you explain the iron smelting, the different material culture that they have? Like they have coconuts, they have bananas. None of that stuff is indigenous to Western Central Africa. That actually comes from Southwest Asia.
They have camels and horses too?
No, the no culture had horses.
Okay, there you go.
Was another Western Central. How did they get horses? because we know horses were domesticated first in the Pontic steppe, and like how did these people get all this stuff? So
R1BV88.
R1BV, they got there too early, unless you're trying to say they came later and brought it to them.
Yeah, I guess so. Because like the latest stuff is like, yeah, it's the Russian steppe. 6,000, I think it is the latest. 6,000 years before present.
Yeah, that's when you start seeing, because before then it was like the only time you seen horses is probably getting eaten, you know. So they were not riding them, you know.
So are you saying that Alzara's ancestors introduced horse domestication into the region?
You talking to Zappa or me?
Both y'all.
I think it would have to.
I would say
Alisar's
ancestors did. Hold on, here's the thing. That's why I said he needed to tap into his ancestry. Alisar's ancestors did introduce horse domestication to the world. I would say that. That's a fact.
So it would have had to have eventually kind of percolated into Africa and into Central and West Africa from that origin source.
I mean, we could say it did, but I think it's a obvious indicator of the endemic diffusion of these people with these E1B1A markers from those regions. Because they're bringing metallurgy, the iron metallurgy. Like they skip all the other steps. They don't go from copper to bronze to iron. They go straight to iron, which is a very complicated skill to learn. Right, and they're carrying all of this Asian material culture as well, glass beads, terracotta. We can go on and on and on. We've done shows about it. And I think the best explanation for that, the most parsimonious explanation, is that these people migrated from elsewhere and brought this information with them and this know-how with them.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. So the R1BV88s, it's 5,700 to 7,300 years ago, which is, well, that's after horse domestication in the Russian steppe, isn't it? No.
Wait, say it again.
Wait, so 5,700 years ago, you have R1BV88 in Chad. And
yeah, that's after horse domestication.
That's
but
after.
Don't they have in the Sahara, in the cave drawings, people riding horses 10,000 years ago? I believe I've seen that.
I don't know about riding horses. I know they got like hippos
and
stuff. Yeah, like a lot of animals. You could tell that it was a wet savanna because like they got like hippos and other like crocodiles and stuff drawn.
But
as
so
far as
wouldn't that make
evidence? So to raise that question, I would want to see evidence from that time period of them riding horses to make that definitive claim.
Well, the information that I've read is the Garamantes bought the horses into Africa. Well, or that's how the horses and the spread by the Garamantes. That's from the information that I read came across.
That's common era. I'm talking about the Noaks. The Noaks is like you talking about 3,000 years ago.
I would say horses would have came into Africa from the Hyksos. Horses and chariot riding.
I get that from the Garamantes. That's what I pulled up, and that was late. That was like I think 8,000 BC. They said from what I was reading.
What? Yeah, share that with me because I've never. That's crazy.
I think Garamantes only go back to like the Roman period.
Yeah, they're common era. Yeah.
I think that's just what they were calling them, but that's who they were associating them with is the Garamantes, though.
Yeah, I gotta check that out.
I'll see if I can find it again now. But I sent that information from my haplo group to you. You get it?
Man, you gonna make me do the show, huh? yeah, he sent it. Yeah, he E1A.
Yep. I was reading this one cat today here where he was saying, this one doctor, he was saying that due to all of the inbreeding he believes that went on in the past, that's where we get all these different variants from. You know, which is fascinating because I never really thought about, we think about other things of where the variants would have come from, but we didn't necessarily associate with all the inbreeding that went on in the past.
Hey, you and Moore are fraternal cousins, man.
All right. Hey, cuz.
What's happening, fam? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, bro. All right, brothers. Avery, you got something to say? I'm gonna give y'all 10 minutes, man.
No, I don't got anything. I was just about to say, if y'all wanted to keep talking, we can move to Clubhouse. I don't know how long I'm going to stay because I got things to do tonight, and it's like midnight.
All right, any closing statements from anybody on the panel?
All I say, Genesis, is take some zinc and get tested for that nasty COVID, man. Get the horse throat and feeling a little rough. You might be onto something there.
Man, every time I felt sick and I had to take that test, I always come back negative.
That's good. Because it sucks.
Yep. They still have 12,000 people a month dying from it, but they don't say it. They don't talk about it,
Yeah.
And people running around here like it's safe.
Yeah, they kind of threw in the towel, eh? It's just sort of gone. You never hear about it anymore.
Hey, you know what they say? Death will kill you every time.
Hey, I wear a mask and I social distance still. I'm not taking no chances, okay?
Well, I appreciate you guys answering my questions there. Thanks as always.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, peace, Adam.
Ciao.
All right, well, shalom, everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom, fam.
שלום, בלילה טוב, השם יברך אותך, חביבי.
Amir, are you the same Amir in the chat?
Yup.
Oh man, you are hilarious, dude.
Amir, are you from Twitter?
Yeah, I'm the Amir with Tony Montana, man. That tagged you in earlier.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. Okay, what's up, man?
I'm good.
You're
Well,
an
my
E-marker,
place,
right?
Where are you from, brother, man?
I'm from the US, bro. But Avery, to your question, given my father's background and albeit the family history is from the South and Southern families' history, if you're not rich, the family history is going to be very embellished with mythology. But given the background data of South being predominantly Irish, Scottish, and or British, or none of the above, the probability is I'm more likely R1. I'm probably of the R haplogroup on my father's side, given the background data, and that is mainly the Bayesian coming out of me. So,
Is your mom Arabian? I thought you was Arab.
well, my mom's side of the family kept a better track record of the family history. My dad, not so much. My mother's side of the family is predominantly Irish, Scottish for the most part. So the probability is I'm more likely of the R1B haplogroup predominantly.
Interesting. Okay.
And yeah,
I'm gonna claim Amir until we get official results. I'm gonna claim him as Yap. Till we get
Yeah.
But
bro, I thought you
yeah.
was Middle Eastern at first for a second there.
Well, I know a little bit of some Semitic languages like Levantine Arabic and Hebrew, a little bit of biblical and Israeli Hebrew. But yeah, this is just predominantly my pseudonym online because of certain personalities. I don't want to know my actual identity. And
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, partially because of some you've interacted with online, and also another character and his following that I have been primarily been dealing with on my channel, and that's also another reason why. But yeah.
Okay, all right.
But yeah,
Interesting.
I guess you could say I'm more security sensitive with my personal information. So, matter of fact, that should actually, that's a rule for everybody online. Be very protective of your identity, because if you just throw it out there, there's a good chance that it can either be stolen or it can be hacked into, etc. So, but yeah,
Right, right.
that's just a side tangent. But yeah, in regards to DNA, I'm relatively new to the scene, so forgive me for my ignorance. And if I'm off on anything, please do not hesitate to stop me while I'm going. But if it the proposition, oh, Ivory and Yashobia would probably be more familiar than I am. Your hypothesis is that pro-Semitic and more probably Jacob would be of the E1B haplogroup, correct?
Avery, where you at, man?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, there's good evidence for E1B1B, E1B1A. A lot of good evidence for E1B1B though. And I have different models. I don't just have one model for what haplogroup Abraham could be, as well as the Israelites. And I just got done a couple of weeks ago, or should I say, yeah, a couple of weeks ago, making that video where I'm going to break down the different subclades that Abraham, the Israelites, can be. So look out for that. That'll be coming out in a few weeks here. But yeah, there's a lot of good subclades.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll try to check it. Yeah, I'll check it out when it comes out. So when it comes to haplogroup, I'm completely layman. So correct me if I'm off on this. And this is just well, this will be, yeah. I'm just gonna poke and prod on it a little bit. So say you have a haplogroup ancestor who is E, and over time it breaks down to the subclades of those different groups of E. It's going to still be E, correct?
Yeah, you will always be E. Even when you're a subclade, you're still E.
So F does not come out of E, is what you're saying.
Correct. F does not come out of E. It doesn't even go
So
straight to. Yeah. Keep going.
No. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't even go from E to F. It goes from, it's like, all right, so it's CT, and then CT has DE and CF. And then from CF, you go to C and then F. It'll be better if I can visualize it, but you get what I'm saying. It doesn't even go from like E
All
to
they're
F.
singing the song all wrong. It's A B C D
A,
E
B,
F
D,
G.
E, F, G.
Bro. Yeah, man. It's not the ABC song, yeah. Like some people
Yeah.
teach. But yeah.
Yeah, some people are just Dunning-Krugers and don't realize it. Yeah, because because that's what I'm saying. Like, well, and again, I'm pretty layman, so I'm not fully well depth on it. But you basically have the tree, and that same E mark is going to be the same, and so is D, etc. And you just basically going to have subsets of that particular haplogroup, basically. So the A, B, C, D, F, G, or F coming out of E is just purely rubbish and
Yeah.
bollocks.
Yeah, straight up
So
pseudo.
yeah. Well, also Like that's what I don't get about the Tails twins. Well, I don't want to say romanticize, but their claim or their proposition that y'all YASHAR-YA'OH is the way to go. Because there was a book that Shari recommended, Family Tree and DNA. For I forget the exact title, but I've been skimming through it, and from what I'm looking at it, matter of fact, I was reading a few days ago. Clearly states that the autosomal route only goes back a certain amount of generations, 8, which I should have cleared up earlier. The 8th generation, that is literally the stopping point. If you want to go further back, and this is going to depend on the chromosome you're looking at, but since we're looking at, well, particularly with the Teotw twins, if we're looking at Jacob and we're looking at patrilineal descent specifically, you're going to want to look at your Y chromosome. And this will be contingent on, well, it depends on the model you're working with on what Jacob was like or what any Israelite was like at that point. Because as y'all noted, they were in Egypt and then they came back to Canaan and they occupied the Canaanites, and there was intermixing. There was intermixing, what frequency, independent location, whether rural or urban population, et cetera, But given the background data of what the haplogroup types that were around in that region at that point, okay, so you only have a very specific set of haplogroups that are within that range. So if your model of an Israelite patrilineally is not one of those particular ones at that point, place, and time, then that really just weakens the probability of you being a patrilineal Israelite in that context. Particularly with the Teotw twins being haplogroup G, that literally just falsifies their hypothesis on that. If I'm off on that, please feel free to correct me.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible for that G marker to be Israelite or anything like. Well, I'm not going to say Israelite because anybody can adopt the faith, but it's pretty impossible for it to be the paternal lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because just to make this quick, because when it comes to Semitic populations, Afro-Asiatic populations, most are E markers. Literally, almost none are G markers in majority. Like, it's not even seen among some Semites. Like, there's a better chance for J being the Israelites than G. I mean, that's just how non-existent G is when it comes to like Semitic populations and especially Afro-Asiatic populations.
Yeah, so take their claim as a hypothesis, particularly the autosomal route, and you have the hypothesis, the Y chromosome route, more particular with Israelite in context here. Each hypothesis that's where you go into the priors, and the priors is the background data, and the priors for the autosomal route of Israelite that Yaakov and Teotw are proposing, it's literally almost 0. Whereas in the converse hypothesis proposed, it's literally a lot more higher because it better accounts for the history of the region and the haplogroups that are there, et cetera, as well as what we see in the text and archaeology, et cetera. So for Teotw and Yaakov's hypothesis to even work out, it has to overcome the prior probability of the converse hypothesis. And the problem is it can't, because both Teotw and Yaakov don't know squat about genetics or haplogroup. I mean, that's literally solid fact. It's literally documented.
No, it's
both
true.
in
It's true. They don't know nothing. I just didn't expect you saying that.
Well, I mean, that's literally a documented fact. It's literally on the discussion on the Berean show with Abu and with Yashu, and it's all further solidified with that discussion that they both had with Moore. Let's see, what was it? Let's see, it's August, so about almost a year ago.
Yeah, November 2021.
Yeah, like they well. I think it was Teotw specifically that said it. Yakoba may have said more. Feel free to correct me. My memory's a little fuzzy on the details, but I swear to God, Teotw literally said F comes out of E in that discussion, and then later he tried to gaslight you and everybody else after the
No,
fact.
100%. Like the cold part is like they try to pull like, no, I'm sorry, we didn't mean like they got the letters backwards, you know what I'm saying? But they doubled down on it. I was like, well, you're still saying the same thing though. Okay, got you. All right, okay.
Bro.
Like, and like your boy literally sang the ABCs.
That part I remember.
Literally, I believe that was Jacoba that sang the ABCs and tell you they made they made the claim. I was like, yo, okay.
Yep.
And then they
That
straight
part I remember.
denied that joint later.
Yep. Yakoba said the ABCs, and then Teotw said F comes out of E, and then you're like, yeah, bro, that's not how haplogroups work. And then that's where Yakoba went ape shit, and Teotw was like, oh, you're gaslighting us, you feeling funny? Yeah, that part I remember.
Yeah, after Teotw said that when I asked him, or when he said that sex chromosomes are different than haplogroups and whatnot, and then I kept asking the question, are we dealing with sex chromosomes, we're dealing with haplogroups or whatnot, and they flipped it back to yes, and like, of course we said yeah. We said yeah for the whole time. Okay. None of this is recorded. Don't worry about it.
Liars, bro.
Yeah, like, well, and they still can, well, now they're, at least from, I haven't been following too much, but I've been in more recently. I'm just seeing more damage control, and like they're like trying to divorce the work. They're trying to divorce God from science, but hold on. If God exists, then by implication that means God corresponds with reality, and that includes what he's created, and what he's created is genetics, etc. You want to discard that out of convenience. That's really just, you're just really trying to rescue your theory by postulating ad hoc, by basically this dichotomy that Yakoba recently presented. People are going with science over God's word. That's just really an ad hoc rescue. It's not really explaining the contradiction with reality in regards to your claims.
Ooh, yeah, boy. I ain't seen that one in a minute, fam. So yeah, and see, the thing is, when you look at the grandiosity of their claims, like they have to divorce science from God, right? Because like you're starting off with an impossible set of claims. One, everybody that came over on the slave ships is an Israelite. Two, everyone that came over is Judah, right? And again, science will not bear that out in any way, shape, or form. And here's the cold part: science bears out that they didn't come over on the slave ships.
Bro,
That's why it's rough for them. Like so now, so here's the question that we're forced to ask in this whole situation, right? Like, so if you're the descendants of the people that came on top of the slave ships, not on the bottom, right? How do these curses things work out for you? If you identify, if you're identifying people by the curses, what does that make you?
Bro, that's the funnier part. Even the text does not support the claim, because the whole spiel is, oh, we gotta go by the curses, and the slave ships in particular, Deuteronomy 26:68. But when you look at the Hebrew text, even that does not support that claim, because it says that God will send them back on ships to Egypt, and Egypt, Mitzrayim, is a toponym, as in a geographic location. The only way they can get that is going with spiritual interpretation, as in, but then they're just postulating ad hoc to the text, not the text and grammar and syntax itself. But here's the killer part. it says that the Israelites in this context, in this particular part of the text, will offer themselves up as slaves. Wahitmakartem. It's a hitpael verb. A hitpael verb in the second person plural. In conversible. In biblical Hebrew, it's called a way in inverted imperfect. It's in this particular context a perfect tense verb rendered an imperfect because of the because it's continuing the modality of that conjunctive woe from the earlier part of the text, which is a conversive woe. That is whereas in what happened in the incident of the transatlantic slave trade, they were literally offered against their will as slaves. So you have a literal contradiction between the text and what happened in history. And then here's the kicker. The latter part of the text says "wa'en koneh," and there's no purchaser, there is no buyer. So Teo and Jacob not only have an issue with genetics, they have an issue with the grammar of the text, particularly in the Hebrew text.
Right. So again, look at the grandiosity of their claims. So they got the one tribe chart, right? Not even the 12, they got the one tribe chart. They got the 400-year prophecy, and then they're also talking about like the Ewe is the original Hebrew, right? So yeah, they're at odds with a whole bunch of stuff, man.
Oh, dude, they literally claim that the Hebrew that we're learning, that like every scholar in ancient Near East that studies biblical Hebrew, and they claim that that's Yiddish brew, that's not actual Hebrew, and that's that language. Well, let's entertain that thought just for the sake of argument. If that claim is true, then Jacoba and Teo literally have no rational justification to even believe the English translation they're reading from. That claim they're making literally shoots themselves in the foot.
And so the consistent through line becomes the lack of rationality, right? So and that's the whole point. It's like, so they don't make a rational based claim, they make an emotional based claim, right? They're appealing to people's emotion, right? It's just a base appeal to people's lower emotions at that, right?
Bro, I go in. Well, it's not just emotional. In reality, their belief is completely fideistic. Like, it's just believe purely on blind faith with no true rational reason to even be believed. Like, no evidence, no rational basis for it. It's just like, to be a fideist, you're just believing completely on the purest of blindest faith with no rational reason for it. And that is literally what Teo and Jacob are literally doing. They're believing on purely irrational blind faith, because there's no rational justification for that position.
Yeah, that's the point. There's no rational. It's a complete emotional. Like, so again, the emotional concept is we want to be the people on top, right? We don't want to be the people on the bottom. We want to be the people on top. And so the way we're choosing to read this Bible, because we are of somewhat Negro descent, we're going to make this whole thing about the Negro, etc. We're going to specialize it to the American Negro, and it's a hyper focus on a megalomaniac scale, right? And so it's literally a drug, fam. They get off on this thing like it's a drug, fam. Like they use it's copium for real. It's their version of copium. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just laughing.
Yeah, I know you got the copium meme somewhere, Avery. But
yeah, I do. But you might be asleep, so I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up.
No, you're straight. But no, and that's the sad part, is like you're pushing copium on people, right? Like, and people need more than that. People need reality, fam. Like, this whole thing's divorced from reality. Like, so the question is it on purpose or is it not? That's the real question.
And that's what I'm wrestling with. Because in some cases, it's like it's a straight up.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. You know what? You know why I don't care? Because it poses the same threat to the community either way.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's a collective molestation of our minds, right? It's the same threat no matter what. So that's why I say in love, homies, like y'all gotta fix up, fam. Y'all definitely gotta fix up. And if you're not gonna fix up, please, you better stop shooting, fam.
Yeah.
Cause like, yeah, it'll be like yeah. Everyone wants to see your mitochondrial anyway. Everyone wants to see your. Now I gotta see your YSTRs and whatnot. If you want to keep pushing the thing, right? Because y'all keep bending, like y'all keep lying on science and whatnot, and it's crazy. It's crazy, and it's crazy because I keep hearing a lot of young heads say they start off listening to people like y'all. I didn't recognize that, fam. I didn't know who y'all was until people like Just told me who y'all was. I did not know y'all. Real spit, did not know y'all because y'all don't touch on topics that interest me. But like at this juncture, fam, no, it's serious. Because y'all are assaulting the minds of the people in the community because now they can't believe in science.
Mm-hmm.
They're not allowed to believe in science when science can be used to prove the biblical text.
Thank you. I had 2 videos on that too. I have one video talking about how science proves God, and another video titled DNA proves God.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
And here's the cold part, right? Like, so as younger, like, so my man Amir was talking about them being on my show in the last November, whatnot. If y'all go back to that video and watch it, they start talking about like, oh, this doesn't even fit within like the biblical time frame. You can't even use haplogroups in a biblical time frame because it doesn't work. And then I bring up the fact like, no, there's actually young Earth creationists who got models for that. You do know that, right? And they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I remember that.
Like I'm not a young Earth creationist, but I literally gave them the young Earth creationist model, and they were unfamiliar with it. So now the young Earth creationists, like what? They're anti-God now.
Yeah.
He said yeah.
Yeah. Well, the youngest creations model that you're talking about, it contradicts what Yaakov and Teotw are proposing. That's why it's false.
Well,
It's not even that it was false. They just didn't know it was there. That was the cool part. I was like, you're not familiar with this at all. You don't know about genetic front loading. You don't know about the concepts they have about the degradation of the DNA over time. You don't know about none of that stuff. Like, okay.
It's still going against God because God is them. They're God. Everything they say is God.
Yep.
The Western Central Africa being Israel, that's a message from God, directly from God. The Awe language being the real Hebrew.
Oh gosh, that is what literally got me grilling on them because as soon as I saw that, I'm like, what in the blue hell are you talking about? And matter of fact, as soon as they put that video out, I literally dropped a comment. I was like, okay, yeah, claiming this is what the original Hebrew is. What morphological, syntactical features of these languages in this particular part of the world match up with biblical Hebrew? The only response I got was, are you Israel? If not, then you a Gentile, and you decided to attack the awakening and cause you're out here just to cause war.
See, and that's
Christ compels you.
and that's why I love the fact that Abu been on their neck, bro. Like, yo, Abu, if you got time for like, I know you was trying to figure out like which videos you want to do, like, fam, that E-Way joint on Psalm 22 or something. Like, no, go do that one, fam. Because like, so that's what that whole camp does when it comes to language and when it comes to DNA and when it comes to all that. It's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me.
When
like,
it
so
comes to geography,
all that, oh God, yo, migrations, all that, fam. It's amazing to me, like how much false
The
stuff.
limba come from Morocco.
Yo, we gonna take a trip to Morocco. I don't understand, fam. Like so like E1B1A comes from Israel to Spain to West Africa, right? That's one claim. We got people talking about like they got one letter on a pew, one letter being 3 different Solar Trail letters at the same time. One letter being 3 different letters at the same time, but no, it's cool. Don't even worry about it, right? Scholars confirmed all that. Not
Cats.
Cat. Oh gosh. Yeah, cat. B'nai Israel means son, not sons of Israel.
We got people making the claim that Muslims didn't come over on the slave ship. I'm like, are you kidding me? We got claims that people didn't know Arabic coming over from the slave. I'm like, yo, it was the
More.
West Africa.
But more, don't you understand? Muslim and Arabic equals Ishmael. People don't just learn languages and convert to religions. It's a race.
Yeah, shout out to all y'all being, you know what I'm saying, to you being British and English and whatnot. God save the queen, you did.
Wait, why does this bother them that they're European? Don't they teach that Israel was in Europe before they got to Africa or something like that?
True.
Yo, that's how they get down, bro. Germany was all black. You know what I'm saying? Spain was all black. You know what I'm saying? France, all that.
King James was black.
100%.
So Darwin was right. White people just popped out of nowhere 300 years ago.
In America.
Bro.
In America at that. You know what I'm saying? They had a west to east migration, you did.
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta suspend all reality at this juncture. And it's like, okay, we're playing games now, fam. But yet we're gonna catch the wrath of God, right? Because we're challenging God's chosen. Yo, God ain't tell you. God ain't. Please, fam, don't do that. God ain't told you.
That's why I said.
You're stopping the
That's why I
awakening.
said. That's why I said when it comes to Teotw and his followers. How about this? You tell Teotw to debate us on DNA. If Teotw is ordained by God, chosen and rose up by God to be a man who speaks truth, then he shouldn't worry about us. He shouldn't feel any type of threat in a debate. He should win with a landslide. But if he's lying, well, somebody pass me the stones. No, I'm playing. But yeah, if he's lying, then that's not good.
There's never gonna be a debate at all, ever. No, go ahead, fam.
You know what's
No,
funny?
no, more. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, you gotta go ahead, fam.
No. Hey, Allah.
No, like the shots already lined up. You're straight. It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the reality is the burden of proof is completely on Teo and Yakoba, and they're not giving any justification. Y'all have literally presented your position, and you've given the justification for it with evidence. Yakoba and Teo, on the other hand, are not. They are literally putting claims out, but they're not really answering the questions in regards to the validity and substance of those claims. So, I mean, burn proof is completely on them right now.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100%. We showed our DNA. They never showed their. They never showed all their DNA.
They proved it by reading a verse out the Bible and then telling the people that it meant something else. Like I seen them read Joel 3:3-2, and they said it was a scramble for Africa. Well, we're gonna deal with that video tomorrow.
Yo, son.
They said Joel 3:2 is the scramble for Africa.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, what?
The whole
What?
continent of Africa. Oh, it's so ridiculous, man. Hey, on the screen it says because Muck the General is I guess is a follower of Gorilla Hebrew. He doesn't like that we make videos about him. And Mari says, "Are you his lawyer?" And I just thought about, according to him, the word law, the Germanic word law, comes from Levi, the Hebrew word Levi.
Drop the link for Muck Muck.
Tell me you don't know Hebrew without telling me you don't know Hebrew.
Drop the link for Muck Muck since he wants to defend.
I mean, he not coming, man. I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The bottom line is this: like the debates aren't going to come because there's too much at stake, right? Because a lot of people have built up a lot of false kingdoms on false narratives and whatnot, right? And they got people playing a very, 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 very sadistic game of dress up. It's ridiculous, man. And so, yeah, the debates ain't gonna come at all. So,
you telling
unfortunately, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm gonna make this quick, but you telling me that they built their house on sand
All day, bro. All day, and the wind came, my G.
I just thought about it. I just looked at the etymology again. This makes sense for Grla Hebrew because he's tapping into his ancient ancestry. Look, the word
I'm
law,
not gang over everything.
the word law goes back to Old Norse lag. So he's tapping into his Old Norse ancestry, brothers.
Nah.
Epigenetics. There might be something to it.
Epigenetic.
You see them unite clicked up cold too. Like the G2A was still there. It didn't get completely obliterated. It stayed there a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Ark Anthony did work though.
Yeah,
some of the G lived. It's like we'll let some of y'all work for us, man.
Yeah, this is like to connect Levy to law. You literally have to play a game of phonetics, and that's not how language works.
This is how they spell Levi.
But you don't get to jump from a West African language to French.
That's how they spell Levi. Lawyer. And they say that's where you get the word lawyer from.
I'm gonna go get my lawyer.
Guys, the cat's out of the bag. Muck Muck just discovered we're government agents.
Hold on.
Yeah, for this video, I'm getting paid
Wait. Let's
$100,000.
get this straight, man. We're not just government agents. We're not just government agents. We're the CIA, sir.
Yeah.
We are the CIA.
Where's my check, Abu?
Top of the line.
For this video alone, I'm getting paid $100,000.
Hey, any kind of line because I don't communicate with government assets, but he's on here communicating with government assets.
You see, Shub claiming that he's sleepy because he claims he has another job. He don't have another job. This is his job, to take down the BHI.
He's out to cause confusion and to dismantle the awakening for the CIA.
We tricked Gorilla Hebrew into taking a DNA test and then telling everybody the results.
Well, the CIA can, we can make people, we can trick them with the MK Ultra to get them to do things. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's true. Just like we made Teotw make a video about us. I mean, make a comment about us and tag us in a comment. We made them do that.
We're always 10 steps ahead.
Hey,
remember, I set the twins up. You know what I'm saying? Like I tricked Teotw into saying that sex chromosomes have nothing to do with haplogroups. I tricked Yakoba into singing the ABCs.
Good job, Special Agent Moore.
Hey, we not smart enough to be agents.
You're getting promoted more for tricking them now.
We not smart enough to be agents. So I guess Gorilla Hebrew and Teotw, they're the smart ones.
Muck Muck, how much do you think we get paid by the government? I'm curious.
Muck Muck, why are you supporting this channel while watching us? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Don't tell him that.
Don't tell
Yeah,
him.
you give me views, man. You're feeding into the algorithm.
All right, man. He ain't about nothing, man. All right, y'all. I'm going to bed, brothers.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
Everyone.
שלום לכולם ולילה טוב, והשם יברך אתכם.
What he said.
You know what I'm saying?
Lala Tov, everyone. Lala Tov.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bitch. On that Draco. On that catch.
Fornax, fuck it up.
Be realistic, I don't really see no competition. Who she thinks she talking to? Like, obviously, I'm a nigga. Close that door, niggas snakes, I ain't going for it. Move right, outsmart them, stink team, most wanted. Be realistic, niggas bums, they ain't trying to ball. Ran it back and won, nigga, anytime we took a loss. Rock hard in my double cup, I keep spilling sauce. I don't know nothing, bodies dropped, he was not involved. Versatile, I could be a model or chalk the block. Or pop a lock with a dough, X marks the spot. Cut it out, if she ain't beneficial, I'ma cut her off. Bitch, give up, drop right now, made her cough it up. Cold demons, everywhere I go, we dropping icicles. Is we kidding? Broke niggas rapping science fiction. Every day a movie, it ain't hard to be the most consistent. A flu flammer, I be in and out with orange chicken. You know who really for the win, be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, man. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win, be realistic. Shit. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.
You know who run the city, let's be realistic. Where the wonton soup, I'm finna tear up the kitchen. Is you the feds or the cops, mind your business. Draco was the dime, bitch, tell all your children. Walking back and stupid, I might men in black his memories. Tear it off quick, bitch, now, literally. If not, you gotta go to sad facts, you can't sit with me. I know I got this big Buddha piece, I need 10 of these. Things got the sauce, ingredients, and the recipe. I never stop rapping till my neck look like Mr. Then again, after that, I'ma still keep shit talking. He said he was a thug, it sound good, we made a bitch out of him. Best advice to be my friend, be realistic. I ain't even say a word, I walk in and feel the tension. All these niggas home dick, sometimes life calls for whippets. I'm a joint in my city, I ain't tucking in the trenches.
You know who really for the win, be realistic. He just wanna be my friend, be realistic. They don't really get no Uchis, be realistic. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic, nigga. Shit, bitch. You know who really for the win, be realistic, nigga. Yeah. They can't do it how we do it, be realistic.